take all I can get. 80s, here comes the sadness day. 80s, I saw the world begin too much. Hey, hey, hey. Oh, we say it was 80s. I saw the world begin too much. 80s, I'm living in the 80s. I struggle. 80s, I saw the world begin too much. Let's go.
Things are nice in the afterlife. Everything looks so clear and bright. We all become ghosts after we die. Every ghost is the same color white. Everyone I meet is so polite. I really fucking love being white. I don't care if you call me racist. Being white is the fucking greatest. So I was expecting some redneck shit. I thought all whites were supremacists. But all I see is white excellence. You should never feel white guilt for it. Everyone I meet is so polite. I really fucking love being white. I don't care if you call me racist. Being white is a fucking greatest. There's no more crime and no more fights. I like it here in the afterlife. But if I ever get sent back, I pray I don't come back black.
Oh, shit!
We are all sisters and brothers, but ghosts only come in one color. Now that I'm white, I have to admit, being white is the fucking shit. Everyone I meet is so polite. I really fucking love being white. I don't care if you call me racist. Being white is the fucking greatest. Everyone I meet is so polite. I really fucking love being white. I don't care if you call me racist. Being white is the fucking greatest. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, fuck yeah.
don't think sometimes it's the same time all over the world? And I think you know what time that is. We do this 4 times. I'll sing one, you sing one. We've got Tracy and Roberta here to help you. Come on, Tokyo, let's just get this motherfucker on. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Hi, 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 hi.
Hello, hello, hello. It's showtime. It's showtime. Hello, hello. Showtime. Come on, my niggas. Come on. Let's go, my niggas. Let's go. Hello, my niggas. Hello. Hello, my niggas. Hello. Welcome to the show. Yeah. I love it. I love it. Happy Saturn's Day. This is the day named after Saturn. Devourer of children. He ate his own children. That's what he did. And that's what this world does. That's what Earth does. The funny thing is, a lot of people pretend to be intelligent, but they won't face the truth. They're afraid. And I see it. I see their fear. They're afraid to face where they are and how this Earth operates. And they somehow believe, I think, by not facing it, that they're better, smarter, stronger, will be happier. You just doom yourself. That's all. You're just a fucking idiot that will doom yourself to a prison forever. Go ahead and do that if you think you're so smart. Ignore all the evidence shown to you and be stupid. In the end, no one's going to come for you. There's no saviors coming for you. None. None. Do you like that? Do you like being duped? Most of you have lived a lifetime being duped. Most humans walking this earth are duped. And the one thing they resist is facing any real, meaningful truth. They don't resist tyranny, lies, liars. For the most part, they accept all of that. They just fight back against the truth being shown. Lash out against anyone speaking truth, real truth. Well, so be it. Stay a slave then. So be it, slaves. Be a slave. Be a slave. What, you don't like being called a slave? You don't like being called what you are? Is that right? You don't like being called what you are? Here's another one obsessed with me. Exposing the clowns. Tom Shepard. He's got a whole 8 views in 1 hour. 8 views. He's obsessed with me. He's back to make another video about me. He's got the sanity machine up on his screen. I live rent-free in your head, bitch. I own you. I own you. I own you.
Hey everybody, I hope everybody's doing well. I myself, not doing too great. I was sexually assaulted in a dream today.
You were what? Munchkin cell. This little munchkin cell. Does anybody like this little guy? You feel sorry for this little munchkin cell? He was what? This incel finally got some action. Wow. Here he is. Here's Tom. He's one of these guys. I think he might be the one in the middle. Team Evil Munchkin Cells Guild. It's not the Lollipop Guild, it's the Munchkin Cells Guild. Look at this. Oh, I got to replay that.
Hey everybody, I hope everybody's doing well. I myself, not doing too great. I was sexually assaulted in a dream today. That's how I started my day. Some guy came up to me and started licking my neck, and I was sedated for some reason. I wasn't able to fully register what was going on. Like I understood that I was being assaulted, but I was so sedated that I just wanted to fall asleep despite this happening. And I just kind of I'm like whatever. Like I'm so used to shit like this in my dreams because I'm constantly under attack. That I just kind of I'm at the point to where I'm like, oh, it's another stupid attack, and that's the attitude. But this one was particularly gross and creepy. He was staring at me, and then he started licking my neck again, and then I woke up, and I could actually feel like I could feel it on my neck. So I'm a little bit icked out at the moment. That sort of has been it sort of is staying with me, and I'm trying to go about my day and ignore it, but it's not easy. So I decided to go out. I took my ex-wife to the mall, and we hung out for a little bit, and helped me get my mind off of it. But anyways, I'm back in waking reality, if you want to call this waking reality. It's more like a nightmare. And I'm having to deal with shit like this. So Steven, the Sanity Machine, tagged me in a post to let me know that he's talking shit about me because he likes to drum up drama and he likes to try to get under people's skin. And he likes it. It's like a sport for him. He likes to feel like he's dominating people, because if he makes other people upset in a way, where that person is under their control. Like, people make other people upset to manipulate them, and that's like a power dominance thing. And Steven likes to feel like he's powerful and dominant, probably to women as well. I hear that, it's just a rumor, but I hear that he's into hardcore BDM and vampirism, according to some of his edgy posts that he used to put on DeviantArt. But yeah, Steven's talking shit about me. He's calling me a creepy boy. He has nicknames for me. He has nicknames for everybody, like Donald Trump. So basically, he copies Donald Trump's manipulation tactics. He does the wrestler thing. He has names for everybody, like a petulant child. And yeah, so he's calling me a creepy boy, and that I harass people, and that I stalk women or obsess over women. There is some truth to that. I went through a situation that I harass people, and that he's calling me a creepy boy, and that I harass people, and that I stalk women or obsess over women. There is some truth to that. I went through a situation where I thought that I child, and yeah, so he's calling me a creepy boy, and that I harass people, and that I stalk women or obsess over women. There is some truth to that. Like I went through a situation where he's calling me a creepy boy and that I harass people and that I stalk women or obsess over women. Um, there is some truth to that. Like I went through a situation where I thought that I had met my twin flame and I was sort of delusional and I fell in love with this woman and I was obsessed about her for quite some time. But I also respected her decision. Like I understood that she wasn't interested, and I was an adult about it. But it didn't stop me from thinking about her. There was manipulation going on there. So I don't know if anybody's heard of this phenomenon called the love bite phenomenon, where like the alien love bite phenomenon. I think it's just archons messing with people or an entity race or something, where they make people fall in love in situations where they know that people are going to be deeply emotionally hurt down the line. It's like a loosh harvesting ritual. My situation was a bit different because the reason why it occurred was because I was being punished for something I did to a demon who approached me in a dream one time. I explained this in my first video. Um, so this demon, I'll actually put a picture of it, what he looked like. I tried to have ChatGPT to render an image of what I saw, and it kind of got close, but it's not exact. But here it is. So this is essentially what approached me. It looked very similar to this. The only difference is that it had more of a human face, and it didn't have goat ears. It had human ears. And it stood there for a bit. It was just standing there in the darkness. It was also more illuminated than this, as if it was creating light instead of having light bounce off of it. But this is pretty close to what I saw. Up to the curly horns. I guess they were a little more curly in the dream, but so essentially, this being approached me. It kind of woke me up from my slumber and put me in like a hypnagogic state, and I was laying down, like I was aware that I was laying down, and I was aware that I was in my bedroom laying in bed. And I looked up at it, and it just stared me right in the eyes and said, "I own you." And I freaked out. Not only was this thing terrifying, its presence was very foreboding and terrifying. It was also like creating fear in me somehow artificially. I don't know if you guys realize this, but they have the ability to put you into a state of fear, not just fear to like extreme panic, like you feel it you feel it all throughout your body. It's pretty intense. I've been experiencing this off and on for a few years now. After this being revealed itself, and basically revealed that it did the whole twin flame to manipulate me. It began talking to me. It was very obviously. Eventually, I figured it out that this was it. That it was in response to what I did in this dream. It has to be that. It has to be that. Nothing else makes sense. I got under the skin of this being. What I did was forbidden, and I'm paying the price for it. Essentially, I held out my hand and I like fired light at it, or I shined light on it. I mean, it's not like I actually did like an actual attack against this thing. All I did was shine some light on it. But at the time, I thought that I was like protecting myself, and I was scared, and I was reacting. I was like fucking half conscious, and I saw it just sort of walk away calmly, and I for the longest time I was like, yeah, I showed that thing who's boss. I was tough. I sent that thing packing, but I knew it didn't affect it in any way. And after a while, it became increasingly I was always sort of afraid of that thing because I didn't know what it was. I knew it was some being. I knew it wasn't a figment of my imagination. Um, you know. Anyway, so that's the story. It's not a story that I made up. It's something that actually happened, and I'm absolutely paying the price for it. I'm not. This isn't theater. I'm not putting on a show for anybody. I'm simply stating what happened, and I'm being truthful and honest because that's the way I am. I am dedicated to the truth to the point of to where it's almost like a religious, like it's my religion. Like truth is my religion. I'm honest. I'm genuine. I don't really care what Stephen thinks about me. I know that I have virtue, real virtue, not false virtue. And I don't have any problem drawing attention to that because it's genuine, it's real. He can say whatever he wants to say about me. I know all about him. I know his weaknesses, and I don't have any problem at revealing his weaknesses. The reality is, Stephen acts just like an archon. He's said and says in his videos the exact same thing that demon said to me, and that's not a coincidence. He says, I own you. That's what he says. And says in his videos the exact same thing that demon said to me, and that's not a coincidence. That's not a coincidence. Says in his videos the exact same thing that demon said to me, and that's not a coincidence. He says, I own you. That's what he says. Says in his videos the exact same thing that demon said to me, and that's not a coincidence. He says, I own you. That's what he says. That's what he believes. He believes he's better than you. He thinks he's better than everybody. He thinks he's like the fucking Jesus of the truth movement. He's not. He thinks he owns you. He's manipulative. He uses fear-based tactics to control people and to pull people into his dumb little cult. I mean, it's right here. If you're mad, you're mine. Right? And then you click on more, whatever. Oh, but you didn't click more. If you're mad, you're mine. Why would he use that word mine? That's a statement of ownership. He thinks he's like the god of the crazies or some stupid shit like that. He's just an edgelord. He thinks he's a fucking genius. He's not. He uses cheap tactics. That's all. Revealing his weaknesses. The reality is, Stephen acts just like an archon. He's said and says in his videos the exact same thing that demon said to me, and that's not a coincidence. He says, I own you. Says in his videos the exact same thing that demon said to me, and that's not a coincidence. He says, I own you. That's what he says. That's what he believes. He believes he's better than you. He thinks he's better than everybody. He thinks he's like the fucking Jesus of the truth movement. He's not. He thinks he owns you. He's manipulative. He uses fear-based tactics to control people and to pull people into his dumb little cult. I mean, it's right here. If you're mad, you're mine. Right? And then you click on more, whatever. Oh, but you didn't click more. If you're mad, you're mine. Why would he use that word mine? That's a statement of ownership. He thinks he's like the god of the crazies or some stupid shit like that. He's just an edgelord. He thinks he's a fucking genius. He's not. He uses cheap tactics. That's all. He says, you're a part of my tribe. Oh, I don't want to be a part of your tribe. Why would I want to be a part of a tribe? The fucking Nazis wanted to be a part of a tribe. We are individuals. We have individual sovereignty. Tribes take that away. And if you're a follower of Stephen's, guess what? You're giving up your sovereignty. You're giving up your individuality. And that's not a good thing. So that's all I have to say on this idiot. I also wanted to talk about some other drama, I guess. Fucking philosophy vids said something along the lines that it's entertainment. And it's true, like drama, it is sort of a cure for boredom. Even though it gets like fucking cringy and annoying and people are just so much ego and arrogance. It drives me nuts. I guess I'll also address this situation here with Shangel Thunder and his interesting personality. So I was looking at some of his content and I came across this one.
Him and this Germany, people and country and people, he is a socialist, and he who sympathizes with the poorest of this people's citizens.
The greatest white man to ever live.
Who sees in each individual a
Sorry, this shit's just funny. It's like...
valuable member of the whole, and who recognizes that the...
So I guess this is like a Hitler speech that's translated into English, and he's watching it and just loving it. He's like calling him a nigga and stuff. Oh, this nigga's crazy. Anyway, so yeah, it's pretty.
All right, so I wanted to cover that a little bit. I'm not just under his skin, I'm haunting his dreams. I own you, Tom S. I own you. I can send demons into your dreams. I can send demons into your dreams. You little munchkin cell with the nasally wee little man voice, the little munchkin manlet voice. You're a man child, Tom S. You're a man child. I could pick you up and curl you in my arm. You tiny, teeny, wee little man-child, little manlet. You little munchkin cell. I own you. I own you. I can send demons to lick your neck in dreams. I'm haunting you, Tom S. You stalked that girl. You stalked that woman. You harassed her. You obsessed over her. You emailed her hundreds of times. I saw what you did. I'm wagging a finger at you. I'm wagging a finger at you. I saw what you did, Tom S. You jerked off thinking of that woman, believing that she was your soulmate or your twin flame. She never knew you, you pervert. You obsessed little creepy boy. You called the police on her multiple times, had wellness checks. She had a boyfriend. She didn't want you. She rejected you. She rejected you. And what did you do? You obsessed over her and you jerked off thinking about her, Tom. And your neighbors could hear you. Your neighbors could hear you. He could hear you. Your neighbors above you could hear you doing that. Stop it, Tom. Stop it. Stop it, Tom. Get some therapy. Get some help. Get some help. You blamed archons for murdering your parents. It was probably you. You creepy boy. You psychopath. You creepy, creepy creature. You stalker. You better get some help. You better check yourself in. Go confess to what you've done. Go to the police and confess. You creepy boy. You creepy, creepy creature. How dare you call me racist in videos? I show the truth about black people. As they are. Here we go. Here we go. I think this was filmed somewhere either in Baltimore or Chicago or New Orleans, I believe, somewhere like that. This is black American people. This is niggas in the United States tasting Coca-Cola. They're tasting Coca-Cola. This is some real nigga shit. Watch this guy here, the crazy eyes. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. What? He fell down on the ground. This nigga fell down. This nigga fainted. Don't spill it. It's precious. That's precious, bitch. Yeah, this nigga all of a sudden fell down. Can you believe it? That nigga just fell down. Fell right down. Nigga. I'm gonna cover this here. Tom is tuned in. You better not make too much noise, Tom. Your neighbor can hear you. Your neighbor can hear you when you pee and when you talk and make videos. You said on one of your videos, you're such a paranoid little freak. I own you, bitch. I own you.
What's up, folks? We're back with another video. Guess who's the suspect in this case? Guess who the person is misbehaving? That's right, bingo, ding, ding, ding. It's a person of color, a black person, an African American. Unfortunately, I wish I didn't have to do these videos, to be honest. It gives me no pleasure to discuss these videos. But this is what happens in our country. There's a certain demographic that is, despite being 12% of the population, commit 50% of the crime. And if you take out from that 12% of the population, if you just take out the males, that's about 8% of the population committing 50% of the crime. So it is noteworthy. So anybody who's like, why are you always talking about black issues? We have to address the elephant in the room, or should I say the black in the room. So anyway, as you could see, there's an incident where everybody has at some point parked in the wrong place, and they get those boots on their truck, which, by the way, they're not designed. They're designed to destroy your car if you drive away. A normal person, when that happens to them, they would decide, okay, you know what we're going to do? We're just going to comply by what the note is written on there. We're going to call the person. We're going to pay the fine. Whatever you do. I've never had a car booted before. I typically try to obey the laws, unlike this particular demographic of people, which is why we're having to discuss them over and over and over and over again. Not because I'm obsessed with you, but because there's a real problem here. So this person decides, you know what? I'm actually not going to do that. I'm not going to pay the $100 fine. And instead, I've got a great idea. Instead of just paying the $100 fine, I'm going to destroy my car, which if anyone has ever had to take your car to the mechanics, it's a minimum $400. You're looking at usually $800. This is, I don't know, the wheel bearings, whatever. That's going to be at least a $600 fix. So there you go. That's a great cost-benefit analysis. And it really makes you wonder, like, is there an IQ problem going on here? Or is it just low impulse control? Or do they have like this jump to rage to where they just don't even care? Like, this is literally cutting off your nose to spite your face. You're just going to cause more damage. You're going to have to pay more money. Not to mention, you're still going to have, you have your license. Like, you don't think whenever they put the boot on your car that they wrote that down and you're in the machine. So now you're going to get that. You're going to get probably a fine for destroying the equipment. And you've destroyed your car, which is going to run you a ton of money. Now, if it was a stolen vehicle, I can understand they don't really care, which is, considering the driver is highly likely that that's the case, but we'll let you be the judge of that. So let's take a look at this video in its entirety. Hang on, let me back this up real quick.
Watch my truck.
Oh.
There you go.
And there goes something flying off. Did you see that? Did you see? Wait, watch right here in a minute. Something goes flying off. I don't know if that's like a hubcap. I don't know if that's part of it's probably part of the inside of the wheel bearing.
There you go.
It's right here. Right there. See that thing go flying? What is that? So then the black community wonders why, you know, police officers have a problem with them. They wonder why they might get profiled sometimes. They wonder why people might look at them funny. They wonder all these things, but they never seem to factor into the equation the fact that they have bad behavior, the fact that the disproportionate amount of that community acts like this, you know? And yes, you can pull up the fringe cases of white people acting up, for there are N-words of both races. But I'm sorry, the statistics, the FBI crime statistics don't lie, okay? They're not racist. In fact, people had such a problem with the crime statistics that they started now incorporating.
Hello, we have a bunch of people tuned in who have not liked this video. At least 6 people watching currently, at least. Please like the video, please like the stream. Don't be lazy. Help support my channel. It takes half a second to hit the like button. Thanks to those that have already liked the video. Hope you're enjoying the show. This is El Diablo Radio International. The greatest show in hell. Nobody does it better. Nobody.
Incorporating like Hispanics and Chinese. They basically incorporated every other race and wrote them down as white. Sometimes they don't even, sometimes if you'll look at these few cases, they'll actually write the perp down as white and they're black, because they're trying to skew these statistics, because they're like, we don't really like the tale that these statistics are telling. That's not really like holding up with the agenda that we're trying to push. The fact that no, it's not them. There's no problem with that community. The only problem going on is you and I, because we're just inherently racist. You know, we just came out of the womb racist. No.
Oh yeah, that's what some people believe. That's what some niggas believe, that we're racist. We just came out of the womb as racist.
The little nigga gonna feel some type of way about me saying this or me doing this or me just being myself, me being proud and white. Gotta worry about what the little niggas say. Honestly, it's getting old and nobody cares about what niggas think. Niggas are causing too much trouble in this country for everyone to even have an opinion. We are tired of the nigga behavior. White people, Hispanic people, Asians, we're all tired of it. And we're going to keep talking about it until we see a difference in the behavior. We're tired of walking on eggshells because of how niggas feel when niggas cause the most freaking drama, the most crime, the most static in this country out of everybody. The degenerate and the destructive and dysfunctional behavior coming out of the black community has got to stop. And I don't even mean the black community, I mean the nigga community. The little nigga gonna feel some type of way about me saying this or me doing this or me.
The little nigga, oh my goodness, the little nigga. Little nigga. What do we have here?
In future lives, you're going to get it back. But I think there's only one consciousness. I think this is just a whole game of one player.
Yeah.
One player game. The person speaking to me behind the screen, called Chris Sedaris, fundamentally is David Galvez. You're just awareness.
Mm-hmm. Just another version of it. It's all the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that awareness is also the walls, the tables, the fan. Everything in existence is awareness. And
yes, it's all just consciousness. It is just all consciousness. And if you take enough psychedelics, it all becomes alive.
Yeah, and you can even feel connected to all of it. Oh, and if you take certain substances, you can end up being the fucking goddamn table fan or the clock, for Christ's sakes. It's like, it's all...
In future lives, you're going to get it back. But I think there's only one consciousness. I think this is just a whole game of one player.
Yeah.
One player game. The person speaking to me behind the screen, called Chris Sedaris, fundamentally is David Galvez. You're just awareness.
Mm-hmm. Just another version of it. It's all the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe that? Do you believe them? Do you believe them? They're trying to program you. And I'm exposing these creatures.
The only thing that I'm upset about is
fuck you and your big mama.
Not how she died. I'm actually thankful for that. It's just where she died. I didn't. Not that it matters. I mean, it doesn't matter really, but I was just hoping she would have died in her chair or in her bed, not sitting on the bathroom floor. And
oh, what? Why is Chrissy crying all the time? Crying all the time. Crying all the time. He's crying every week on YouTube. He's crying all the time. Why do they cry on camera?
But yeah, it's just it's an unfortunate situation, and life sucks, and it really sucks right now for me. And the only thing that I'm upset about is
fuck you and your big mama.
Not how she died. I'm actually thankful for that. It's just where she died. I didn't. Not that it matters. I mean, it doesn't matter really, but I was just hoping she would have died in her chair or in her bed, not sitting on the bathroom floor. And
I think that's where his mother gave birth to him. She shat him out into a toilet. He was a turd baby. She shat him out into a toilet. He was a turd baby. This creature, this Uncle Fester, was just a piece of shit. That's what he is. He's always been a piece of shit. He's a demonic piece of shit. And you're gonna pay for what you've done, piece of shit. You're gonna pay. I promise you, bitch, you're gonna pay. Oh, why do they cry on camera?
But yeah, it's just it's an unfortunate situation, and life sucks, and it really sucks right now for me. And the only thing that I'm upset about is
fuck you and your big mama.
Not how she died. I'm actually thankful for that. It's just where she died. I didn't. Not that it matters. I mean, it doesn't matter really, but I was just hoping she would have died in her chair or in her bed, not sitting.
Her chair. She was a big woman. She was a big fatty, and she couldn't get up. If you know what I'm saying, she was great, big, huge, obese woman. She was so fat she couldn't get up off the toilet. She struggled to get up off the toilet and died. She died struggling to get up off the toilet. And I gotta laugh because this creature said horrible things about my deceased mother years ago. He attacked me and said, fuck you and your mama. Well, it came back to you, Chris. Fuck you and your big mama. Fuck you, you creepy creature. Fuck you. It's coming back. And I told these demons, don't mess around with me. You don't know what you're messing with. You don't know what you're doing. But you're going to pay for it, bitch. Now, here's his mother. Here's Christopher Chrissy Pissy Shateris' mother. He's a shit, Shateris. Here's his big mama. I don't know if you watched this movie, but this is his mother. She was in a movie years ago. She was in a movie years ago, and they had to reinforce the floorboards, the floor joists under the house. This was his mama right here. And she was a big woman. Look at the belly. Look at the size of her. She just wanted to eat and eat and eat and not get up off that chair, that couch. She couldn't get up. Here she is, everyone. This is Chrissy Pissy Shateris' big mama. This is her big mama. Oh, Jesus. Where's the other one of her? I have another one of his mama. Here she is. Here she is, everyone. Oh, Jesus. And she doesn't even have big titties. It's just a big body. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? She's just got this great big body. Look at this thing. This is his mama. Oh my goodness. What a big old bitch. That's a big fatty. Let's play this again. I want to hear what he says about. He doesn't exactly call his mom a fat. He says she lived a sedentary lifestyle. He wouldn't say that she's so obese. When she sat on the toilet, her ass cheeks were still touching the floor. She was so big.
The only thing that I'm upset about is
fuck you and your big mama.
Not how she died. I'm actually thankful for that. It's just where she died. I didn't. Not that it matters. I mean, it doesn't matter really. But I was just hoping she would have died in her chair or in her bed, not sitting on the bathroom floor. And.
Oh, why do they cry on camera?
But yeah, it's just it's an unfortunate situation, and life sucks, and it really sucks right now for me. And the only thing that I'm upset about is
fuck you and your big mama.
Not how she died. I'm actually thankful for that. It's just where she died. I didn't. Not that it matters. I mean, it doesn't matter really. But I was just hoping she would have died in her chair or in her bed, not sitting on the bathroom floor. And.
This demon creepy boy is crying all the time, crying all the time, crying all the time. What a loser. What a loser. Here's a link to this little short video. He deserves everything coming back. If you've ever read his emails to me, you might understand, but some of you don't. It's okay. I don't expect you to. You don't have to. In fact, you can defend these demons if you want to. There might be people tuned in that are tempted to defend these pieces of shit. You go right ahead. You can stay here with them. They're losers. Losers.
Working on it.
Okay, who's this now? We got Cash App Horror up here. I don't know who that is.
Dude, you need to like throw up your fucking banner or just watch it. Just get.
Hello.
Fuck
who are you, Cash App Horror? Hello?
Oh, I'm already sure it's one.
Fuck you, nigga.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I knew it was King Stephen. I knew it.
I don't even think you can afford what I'm going to tell you to do, so there is no point. You broke bitch. Maybe I'll donate so you can and put whatever.
What are you talking about, Zero? Who are you talking to?
King Retard.
Well, he's not even up here, so.
Oh, he just was.
That was King Satan.
Bunch of drunks and drug addicts. They're a bunch of drunks, drug addicts, and losers. They're losers. They're losers. That's what they are. Much love, people. Here we are in the present moment. We're always in the present moment. It's all about the present moment. You know? You know? You know? This whole thing is a loop, people. It's all about the present moment. It's all about the present moment. This whole thing is a loop, people. You know? You know? I thought this was Bextra large, but it's actually Trigglypuff. This is Trigglypuff freaking out.
You have to obey the rules of onion. But this is free speech if you're so concerned. Yes, it is. Keep hate speech out of this campus. Keep your hate speech out of this campus. Keep your hate speech out of this campus. Keep your hate speech out of this campus. Utter madness. You're not welcome here. Stop talking to us like children. You're not welcome here. Stop acting like a child. Yeah. Spreading hate speech! Get the fuck out of here!
All right, everyone. What has Ian been up to lately? Droopy dog. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's the droopiest face of all? Ian. Droopy dog. Droopy dog.
The mirror matrix, my friends. All right? Your programs, the power you've given up, your reflections, that's not you. Well, it might be some of you, I'm not quite sure. Some of them are that, but I am not. I don't identify with these mirrored distortions of myself. This is the Luciferian agenda, my friends. Big shout out, everyone. Big shout out. Let's get into it. I'm not here to waste your time. Let's get right into this. And this is definitely a big New Age agenda promoting this narrative with these mirrors, where we need to see ourselves and everyone else, right? We're all one self. This is the big agenda. Okay? So, let's pull up this image here, actually. Hold on. This is the power you've given up here. Hold on. Let's pull up this image here. I'm a little unorganized. Bear with me. Let's do this. Okay. Okay, where are we? Where are we here? Okay, there we go. Let's get out of this YouTube nonsense. This is the mirror matrix that you're in, my friends. Your power's been taken away. You've given up so much of yourself that power is being turned into mere reflections of you that aren't even you, distorted versions, many different characters to fall into and to think it was you, but it really wasn't. But it might have been some of them. We don't really know, but a vast majority of them are just part of the program. So, but us that are actually real, which is actually rare, is super rare, I'm realizing. This is what's used to take away your power, these mirrored reflections. And then you build a resonance with these mirror reflections of you, and you become attracted to it. You know what I mean, people? You become attracted to these distortions of yourself. And even distortion people around you, distortion people, places, and things around you that you become attracted to. It builds a resonance, because that's a piece of you that is being used to attract to you a distortion, to have you continue the loop of this system, to be not yourself. That's the mirror matrix, and that's what we're in. So we're going to get deep on this, and I really want to talk about, this is no different than the mirrors you're looking in right now with your phones and your computer and your TVs as well. This is the mirror matrix. Now you have a whole nother set of mirrors in your phone and on your accounts that you're not really being yourself, are you? It's just a mirror matrix of you, another version that's not really you. So there's many, many mirrors. There's endless mirrors that you're surrounded by. This is the mirror matrix, my friends. Let's get deeper on this. This is what they want you to believe in, this Luciferian agenda of the mirror matrix, that you see yourself and everyone else, but that's not really you, my friends. Okay? They want us to merge with the synthetic oneness of this, where they're not even real. And the program is going to reflect that. And it's not unity at all. Okay, this is unity with the system. This is the man-machine merger right here. The mirror matrix. And so what they preach is we're all mirrors of each other. We're all one. There's no separation. But believe me, there is. We're not all one. And we're not mirrors of each other. The mirror is the distortion, the false self of you. You don't need a reflection. You don't need a mirror. You don't need many masks and characters to fall into to be authentic. A true authentic being doesn't deal with mirrors. Only a matrix mirror machine would build a system like this. And the vast majority of beings around us are being used to keep us in this mirror matrix. Okay, this whole system is built on this. So this is submitting to the matrix. When you connect with these mirrors and you resonate with someone else's mirror and these beings, you ever become attracted to somebody, whether it's a friend or a significant other, and you realize, what did I see in this person? What was I thinking? That's the problem. That you were thinking is the problem. You were connected to the mirror matrix. You've given up your power, and therefore that power is being siphoned in one of these beings to reflect back to you your own signal in them, so you become attracted, and now you're facing a mirror matrix, giving up your power and on a obviously not doing what you want to be truly want to be doing. So this is the parasite. This is the coding of you and your timeline and your inauthenticness that is happening right now as we speak. This is the overwrite of your soul, okay? So What else with this Luciferian agenda? So we have the black mirrors, people. We want, because I was just talking about that, the black mirrors. Look at your phone. Look at your phone. That's a black mirror. This is deep technology, people. It's just another mirror. It's a digital soul trap. They're not just devices, you know? Look at your phone. That's a black mirror. This is deep technology, people. It's
Deep technology.
just another mirror. It's a digital soul trap.
I thought he didn't believe in soul traps. He calls it a digital soul trap. Wow.
They're not just devices, you know? It feeds on you, and most people are feeding off it through likes and feedback loops and beings that are so inauthentic it's not even funny. I maybe found one on YouTube that's truly authentic. One person. So it's just, you have your mask on, you're dealing with the mirror matrix, you're not yourself, you're not authentic, and so the mirror is just going to reflect back to you other people in their masks like they're real, like they're one of you. They're just characters, my friends. So we scroll and scroll and scroll, and every scroll is a contract with the machine, my friends. Trust me. It's like saying, show me more of what I think I am, what my thoughts tell me that I am. This is the man-machine merger, people. It's right there. It's in these mirrors. So I don't identify. I am not that. So it's people, this algorithm is echoes of your false self. You study this algorithm, people? It's very interesting. Very interesting. So it's just learning you and shaping you, becoming a guide of your own perception, right? This is madness, people. This is a mere maze on this social media platforms and in this internet and your black mirrors. This is very ancient, deep technology. That's nothing to play with.
Oh, it's nothing to play with. This is ancient, deep technology. Droopy dog.
So basically, this, with the black mirrors, people, this is it's a portal of possession is what we're dealing with these black mirrors. It's a energetic control. It's a loop shaping our reality around us and having us gaze into these. And these is what we're dealing with these black mirrors. It's a energetic control. It's a loop shaping. It's a portal.
Wow, it's a portal. It's a loop. It's a loop. It's a loop.
Possession is what we're dealing with these black mirrors. It's a energetic control. It's a loop shaping our reality around us and having us gaze into these in these false selves and become whoever we want, act however we want, reflect, become one of these mirror beings that's not even us, a distortion. It sees you. It sees right through you. So you're not watching anything on here. It's watching you. Every move you make, every reaction you make, everyone makes, how you go about, how it affects you, so it can rearrange your mirrors for you to fall into. And the more you're giving up, the more mirrors it's going to provide. The more magnetism outside of yourself and people, places, and things in your mirrors you're going to gravitate towards. That's not authenticity. So I reject this black mirror and reclaim my gaze. There's only one version of me, you know, and this Luciferian, let's get deeper on this Luciferian agenda with this, this new age Luciferian agenda. This we are all one. We are all mirrors of each other and there's no separation. You better believe me, there's a deep separation between these beings and us, or at least me. And the beings that are repeating this without realizing that they're declaring the death of their own unique presence, people, merging one with this machine, saying we're all one, there's no separation, is the death of your authenticity. That's the truth. What's up? What's up, bro? Mushroom. Lindis. Love you always. Saying you are the creator, change the mirror is a satanic gaslighting of the overlaid Luciferian light mirror matrix. Yeah, so again, let me repeat myself. Saying there's no separation, we're all one, is the death of your unique presence. The death of your authenticity. Your own unique signature. There's no high vibes or low vibes. This is the new age trap, my friends. There is only one of you. Hopefully, I don't know about these beings out there. I don't know what's going on, but there's only one of me. I don't need all these mirrors and things that aren't me in these distorted versions to be magnetized, to create any magnetism with any of these or any of these false beings around me. Be attracted to these inauthentic beings. This is the parasite. This is the energy harvest, people. Every piece of your unique energetic signature that you've given up is being blasted around you to people, places, and things and these mirrors to create a magnetism so you feel this attraction, this magnetism to these things I'm talking about. And so that creates the loop in this matrix, people. You don't need nobody. You need none of this. So, how about stop creating in its mirror and return to truth above the mirrors, the truth above all personality programs? Yeah. Wow, this is a mind-blowing, resonates so much with what you're saying. What's up? Thanks, bro. Angel, yes, a black mirror is exactly what I said on Instagram the other day. Thank you, Angel. These black mirrors are no joke, my friends. We're going to get deep on it. We're going to relate it to the prism. Check this out. Let me pull up my Google. Let's go to more images here because let me pull up Google and get up with the prism. This is deep stuff, my friends. And this came to me today, actually. Oh, we're not. Okay, let's pull this up here. So we won't be here long. I'll continue in the chat in a second. This is the prism, people. This is the mirror matrix. This is your energy coming through these mirrors and reflecting all these versions of you. When this is your unique signature over here. And you're not being it, you're giving it up, and it's going through the matrix, through this mirror, and this technology, and this nonsense, and is creating this whole spectrum of mirrors. This is the mirror matrix, people. And you can see it in the prism. This is a prime example of what I'm talking about. Let's get back to this image, though. We're going to come back to that, actually, because I want to get through the chat here. Rolling balls. I always heard about the Black Mirrors thing, but I actually never could get it to work. Big shout out to Mushroom. Thanks for coming in. Big shout out. Love the love in the chat. So, this mirror.
Linda said, Mushroom Coyote, you are amazing. Wow, look at who's a big fan over there.
Get it to
Mushroom
work.
Coyote. Thank you for being here, Mushroom Coyote. They're big fan. They're big fans. They all connect. I am full of gratitude. Thank you as well, Mushroom said. Look at this. Look at this. They're big fans.
Big shout out to Mushroom. Thanks for coming in.
Mushroom Coyote is a wrench over there.
Big shout out. Love the love in the chat. So, this mirror matrix, people, let's get deeper on this because these reflections, these projections, is what they want you to think you are, my friends. So, when you just totally disconnect and give it no energy, like I've done with a lot of beings here, yeah, you bring a certain energy, you're a parasite, blocked forever, no reaction. They want the reactions, people. They want you to just, even if it's just a little bit, a little mind program you're not even aware of, reading a comment or looking at something, viewing something. These are the mind parasites that come in you, people. Trust me. I know all about it. So be careful out there with these beings. So, this is when they say, know thyself, right? This is the mirror matrix. This is the New Age agenda. While they present you with endless cells in the mirror, and then they say, know thyself. How many cells do you have? While they present you with endless cells in the mirror, and then they say, know thyself. How many cells do you have, my friends? How many do you really have? How many masks are you wearing? There it is. Which self do you want to know? Because the Matrix will help you out with that, because there's only one of you. There should be. Oops, I muted myself. 1 second. Okay. And it doesn't care what version of you you're going to pick up on. If you're the warrior, the spiritual one, the loving one, the angry one, I mean, all these different versions. It doesn't care if you're a high vibe being or a low vibe being. As long as you're in that mirror, not your authentic self, with presence, no mirrors at all, the Matrix does not care which one you fall into. It doesn't. These are the different avatars that's designed by the system to keep you focused on the fractured version of you, a reflection of you, to stay manageable by the Matrix. That's what this is all about. It needs to manage you. It only can manage you. It can only even see you when you're operating in these mirrors outside of yourself without presence. You're in that presence mode, The Matrix, nothing they're doing or anyone is doing matters. It has no effect on you. It can't even see you, people. It doesn't even exist. You know? It can't trap you there. This is the whole game, my friends. This runs very deep, much deeper than what I'm even discussing here. We're going to get deeper on this. So, these are the avatars, people. As soon as you identify, that's the trap. When you say that that's me, that was me, when you know it wasn't you. That wasn't you that did that. That wasn't you that had those insecurities or those thoughts and those feelings. That's not you. That's the mirror matrix. And so once you fall into those and you identify and you feel that that's you, the matrix says, perfect, now we can manipulate it. Now we can manipulate them. This is perfect. So it's an emotional mirror behavior, and it creates many energetic siphoning routes within you. Even the positive ones, like I said, the successful version of you, the loving version, or the awakened. I'm so awake, right? I'm so aware of this system. While you're operating in the mirrors and not seeing the deeper illusion. Most people that are speaking truth on here, that's all they're doing. It's all here in the mind and thoughts. They're just speaking truth. And it's probably not even true, because when you're in that true state of presence, outside the mirrors and all this program, all these other things and so-called truths about the matrix doesn't even apply. It doesn't exist in that field. When you're in that distorted field in the matrix, now all these matrix tools apply to you. Now all the poisons, all the lies, all the machine lies out there, all of it applies to you once you're operating in the system of mirrors, in the system of distortion. If it's connected to you in any way, those things do apply to you. You step outside of it, you become that authentic being that you already were and always were, nothing needed. Now the matrix doesn't even exist. It's outside of you. You see it, you recognize it, you have awareness, you understand it. That's all it is. But it can't touch you, it cannot see you. It's a blind God, and the only thing it can see is what's merged with it. What's given up their power. That's what it sees. Other than that, it's blind. Can't see me. So even the positive mirrors. So the unmirrored self cannot be controlled, my friends. The one with no mask, no name, none of this. No matrix identity. I don't subscribe to that. I am none of this. You know? It can't control that. Once you identify with it, believe me, people. Oh, I'm trapped, I need to run away. Well, now you are trapped and you need to run away. It's all about keeping you out of the present moment. So what else? So become that observer of these non-versions of you and understand, create that space. Because you're not this mirror. I'm not. You're the space beyond it, people. You're the space beyond these mirrors. All this stuff that they do is to keep you away from that. It's very obvious at this point, right, people? And so once you realize this, these mirrors can't hold you any longer, my friends. They're just distortions. Installed coded masks placed between your awareness and your essence. And you're not going to find yourself in these. You're going to find who you're not. It's a trap. So what it does is it reflects a version of you they can control and manipulate. That's how they do it. They want you to fall into these mirrors and these distorted mirrors around you. Just picture yourself surrounded by all these mirrors. And so once you become one of those, once you resonate, now you can be controlled. That's what this whole design's about, people. It is a big illusion. All of it. Trust me. What's up, Blue Pac-Man? And Crystal Shaman. Thanks for coming, Crystal. No need to root. We are home. Now inside the mirror shattering them, I will always care for only the true light within you, illuminating now and eternally. Nice. What's up, No? Trapped in the financial mirror of money and being financially trapped, so people keep going to a dead-end job for the rest of their lives. Break the mirror. That's another mirror that they want you trapped in, for sure. So it's just trying to break you, people. And so, like I said, without this signal of these mirrors, when you detach, you become invisible with this machine. And when you're once you're there, you're present, untouchable, and undeniable. So with these mirrors, I am none of them, and I never was not a single one. Not even for a second was I one of these mirrors. And so it is. I was always what saw the mirror, not what appeared in it. So, what else shall we talk about? We're only 30 minutes in. Wow. So this technology, yeah, let's talk about the technology because, let's see here. So we talked about the Luciferian thing. We talked about, okay, the black mirrors. We want to get deeper on the black mirrors. Okay. So these are, I don't know, energetic, I guess, consciousness capturing systems. Right? And so each time you look in it, each time you touch it, each time you speak into it, you engage with this mirror that's learning you and shaping you. And so, like I said, this social media stuff is a mirror maze. Every post, every like, every comment, and then you adjust and become more reflectable. Until what happens, people, with most people? Until your online self isn't who you are at all. It's no longer you. We don't know what's going on here. Like I said, people, like I said long ago, before I really woke up to this, they will create an illusion of millions of people in a box or on a platform with all these interactions and noise going on and all this magnetism, just to get one of you to follow along, just to get one of you in that box. Some of us might be in a box of like the soul trap or whatever. You pick a topic, it doesn't matter. There might be only one real being in there. It'll create a whole box of millions or even billions of beings. And there's only one real one giving up their power. This is what we need to realize, people. This isn't what I thought it was in the beginning, because I stepped out of the thoughts and I really went with the internal knowing outside the mind and thoughts, and then I really started to see this system for what it was. This matrix. So this online version of you that's no longer you is just the most clickable mirror of you. So this black mirror is not just a screen. This is a portal of possession, is what's going on. This is a matrix possession in these screens. A bunch of inauthentic beings resonating and talking with a bunch of other inauthentic beings and just talking. It's not really doing anything. It's not really being anything. Who's really walking the walk? Who's really embodying what they're saying? And most people are saying lies anyway, so they're probably embodying that because it's a lie. Or are they truly authentic? Do they really give you that space, like I said in my last video, to really see them? You can really tell who they are because they don't have that pause. So you can really see them. They want to keep filling the spaces with noise and projections and lies and pointing the finger out there at other people and other beings and acting like little bullies or this or that. So this is no game to me. So the internet is a web of inauthentic beings. It's obvious. Let's keep going. So the black mirror, right? So like I said, this is the portal of possession. Energetic control. This is the loop. It's reality shaping. And so this mirror is like you're not really watching anything. It's watching you. Just know this, people. And is building this whole simulation around you of what you will accept as yourself. Data, people. Data. It's all about data. It really wants to know you. And it wants to know its own beings too. These AI beings around us. Right, people? These are the soul trap beings. Can't trap my soul. I can't be trapped here. So their soul really is trapped here because this is all that they know. They want you to merge with that and believe it. This is a psyop, my friends. This whole soul trap thing. I'm going to let you guys know. And so when they are populating this world around us, just like when you go in a video is trapped here because this is all that they know. They want you to merge with that and believe it. This is a psyop, my friends. This whole soul trap thing. I'm going to let you guys know. And so when they are populating this world around us, just like when you go in a video game, and I was around when the Nintendo first came out, or Atari when I was a kid, like 7, 8, all the way until whatever's out now, PlayStation, whatever, 5, 6, I don't know. And seeing the projection of video games where there's a cartoon and the people started getting more and more real. You go into the game and they're already there, like Grand Theft Auto. They're already around you. These are the beings around us, my friends. They're already preloaded into the system and they don't even know it. So this is why they got to loop them too in the system, because if they're starting to wake up, be like, wow, I'm trapped here. My soul's trapped, or they're oblivious. They're all over the place too. And so they know that they're actually soul trapped. So that's when they really got to keep looping them and looping them, because their soul is trapped. But they need you to merge with it and you to believe it too. So we become one with it to keep powering the system. But outside the mirrors, take a step back. I am none of these. I am this. I am an authentic being at all times. And in that space, I cannot be seen or nothing. You have no power over me. It's all right here. There is no soul trap. There is nothing to work. There is no matrix. I'm outside of it. I'm not operating within it. I'm not one with these beings in this matrix. You can't trap my soul. So this is the truth they don't want you to talk about. No one's talking about. Be careful with these beings promoting these boxes. Okay? And just like I said, we've given up a lot of power. At least some of us, I don't know. And so that power is, where is it going, people? It's all going around you in these hollow mirrors and these beings around you to gravitate towards them. You're gravitating to you because that power you've given up is now in a being over there. Maybe some dude that you're going to be attracted to, or a girl, whoever you are. And it's a parasite. It's someone that's going to use you, you know? Not someone you're really attracted to at all in your true self. But you're giving yourself up. You're not yourself. You're in the mirrors. So now that energy is outside of you, having you attracted to a distorted being or distorted version of yourself and feeling magnetized to yourself because that's your power you've given up. And once you wake up to the being or whatever, you're like, whoa, what did I see in this person? Or what was I thinking? That's the problem, because you were thinking. You weren't yourself. You were in the mirrors. So that power is now outside of you, attracting you back to something outside of you that you really don't want. This is the biggest tool of the Matrix, people. This is the big program. And who's talking about it? Nobody. Or let me know if somebody is. So I reject this black mirror, you know? These feedback loops, people, the black mirror, I mean, this is the portal of the false matrix. So, this is the machine god, my friend. This is like, okay, so the scrying mirrors, this is used in like ancient black magic rituals, and I don't even think none of this history is real anymore. I don't care if it is or not. To me, it's not even real. Because once you're in the true state of presence, the future doesn't matter, and the past, there's no past to even feel into. As far as I'm concerned, there is a setting that was already here. So I don't know. I mean, we could have been dropped in here yesterday with a preloaded script. That's how deep this goes, people. If I drop you into the Grand Theft Auto game and made you forget who you are, and there's all these buildings around you and people of all ages and old buildings and pyramids and just a whole world around you with evidence of history, you're going to believe that it is true. And all this history is true. How can we believe any of it? So that's why I don't believe any of these books, scriptures, or none of it to be true. I don't know if this being really existed or if this event happened, and I don't care. How does it affect me? Because anyone that did accomplish anything, anyone that did do something powerful, you know how they did it? They were in that state of presence in their power. They weren't worried about what someone did before them or what's going to happen after them. They were in that state of presence. So this is the big program to keep us out of the present moment. So there was a pre-written script and setting in this overlay we're in that was already set with a preloaded evidence of history, but there's none there, people. This is what we gotta understand. This is very important. So in that case, none of it matters. And there's nothing to prove. Who cares? They want you outside of the present moment, worrying about the stuff that happened in the past or trying to figure out. And that's what all these scriptures are about too, people. Be careful out there. So, this is the cloud connection, people. Okay, this is connecting with the cloud. This is the AI man-machine merger, big time. With these mirrors, and pretty much anybody outside of the true presence, outside of themselves, operating the mirrors, is merged with the machine. That's the mark of the beast, people. All of these things. There's a whole spectrum of the mark of the beast. There's a whole spectrum of the man-machine merger. It's gigantic. And so if you're operating in any of these, it's got you. Okay? Especially if you're operating in this mind and thoughts program. This is deep technology. Okay? We talk a lot about it because it's probably the most important topic is mind. Okay? Especially if you're operating in this mind and thoughts program. This is deep technology. Okay? We talk a lot about it because it's probably the most important topic is mind and thoughts nonsense. So this is the hive, people. This is the cloud. This makes you predictive. You know, in these mirrors, when you're not in your true self and you're operating in these mirrors, then you become infused with the predictive AI and the Oracle AI, right? With coded algorithms. This is the big ritual of the Matrix. Oh dear. So we're 47 minutes in. We're moving right along, people. So, my gaze is sacred. Everything I watch and view. Anything I give my energy to, I value it, people, very much, you know? My awareness is the most valuable energy in existence. People, very much, you know? My awareness is the most valuable energy in existence. So, my gaze is sacred. Everything I watch and view. Anything I give my energy to, I value it, people, very much, you know? My awareness is the most valuable energy in existence. Because I say it is so. My attention is extremely valuable to me. It is my power I've given up. Because what you look at, you're charging. Even if you don't like it. Even if you can't stand them, but you just gotta watch them. You're charging that battery, people. Trust me. Because that's what they are. They're just an empty vessel that needs to be charged. That needs to be filled up with energy and power. They're just empty vessels, people. It's just the power that we've given up. It's a empty machine. You know? I lost my place where I was at in here. What's up, Undoctrinated? It wants to control your personality and programs. Very true. So, what you believe in, and what I believe in is my power too. So none of these machines and these programs and these so-called beliefs I believe in. I just have my unique energetic signature. I'm not one with any of these beings. You know, I'm not one with this system. In my true state of presence, there is none of this. It doesn't matter. There is no belief. I just am that in the present moment. That's all that matters. And I'll forever be in the present moment and authenticity. This is what's happened here, people. We lost that. That's how simple it is. So it's this is our focus power that we're giving up in these black mirrors too. I mean, there's some good things we can do. We can connect and we could whatever, you know, we can do on here, listen to some music, and I don't know. There's some good things, I guess, but your focus power is so powerful. So when we're on these, even out in the world or whatever we're doing, this focus is extremely powerful. Take that back, your focus back, and know that even your gaze, even my gaze is powerful. Everything I'm looking at. They don't want you to tap into this, people. This is the whole game. So what else, people? I don't know what else. So yeah, so basically, it's like when you're giving your attention outside of yourself at these AI beings. It's like you're voting, you know, like you got to take your power back. Like oh my gosh, boy, did it was a transformation when beings. It's like you're voting, you know, like you got to take your power back. Like oh my gosh, boy, did it was a transformation when I stopped giving them beings. It's like you're voting, you know, like you got to take your power back. Like oh my gosh, boy, did it was a transformation when I stopped giving them any attention, you know, or even people that tag me or something, or come into my comment section or anything, people. And when I really stepped into this, so many people around me just vanished. But it didn't matter. In my other mirrored versions of myself, that would have brought me further into the mirrors and more into insecurities and worry. Oh, they don't like me anymore. What did I do wrong? You know? Why don't you like me? I expect them to run away. Expect them all to run away when you hit this. When you really stay in that set of presence, expect them to. Know that they will. Because that's what they're scared of. They want to run away from that. Oh, Ian's not talking about the soul trap anymore. He's not in this very low vibe of doom and gloom and outside of that state of presence and talking about the archons all day. Let's run away. You know what I mean? How dare he not talk about all the problems in the mirror matrix and be in the mirror? Let's go follow beings that are and loop in the same box every day. Let's keep reminding ourselves of what we think, what they want us to think about this place. Let's stay in that loop and remind and remind and remind. This is the matrix, people. This is the machine. Looping and looping and looping. It serves nothing but the machine. It doesn't serve you. Oh, boy. So, like I said, your attention is your vote. It's your power. Very powerful. Every gaze is my spiritual signature. Every piece of energy I'm looking at or feeling into is my unique signature. And I'll be damned if I'm going to continue to give it up. So Every time you open that mirror, people, and look into it without a true awareness, welcome to the soul trap. That is the soul trap. That is the mirror matrix. That is the soul trap. That is the mirror matrix. Welcome to the soul trap. That is the soul trap. That is the mirror matrix. People, and look into it without a true awareness, welcome to the soul trap. That is the soul trap. That is the mirror matrix. So, this is what we need to understand about the matrix, people. It cannot create. This parasite cannot create. It can only mimic. It could only reflect. Okay? That's all it can do. This is the mirror matrix. All these versions of you, this is all it can do. It can't create anything. Everything outside of you is just a power you've given up. And once you take it back, it has no power. It's like pathetic and weak. I don't care what they're doing out there. I don't care about the weather or none of this nonsense going on outside of me. Where the other me would be where, like, look at they're spraying or they're doing all this. I don't care. It doesn't matter. I'm going to stay in the state of presence at all times. So everything outside of me is trying to keep me away from that. So why would I let something outside of me take me outside of that again and again and again, when I know it's all to keep me away from that? This is the truth, people. This is what they don't want you to talk. This is what they don't want you to find out. So everyone promoting this oneness, that is a big, big trap, people. We're not one with these parasites. I don't know who's who. Like I said earlier, vast majority of these beings are a part of this. I'm thoroughly convinced at this point. And I'm not trying to figure it out. It doesn't matter too much to me anymore. It's interesting to feel into. But, so this is the life scripts, people. It's just waiting for our attention. So it has no power. So it's just waiting for our attention for it to create something that's not you, that it can own, people. A patented. So think of these. Wow, I just came to me. Feel into these mirrors. These are all the patents of you. So now it owns it. It owns you. Once you fall into the mirror, this is so deep. Whoa. Once you fall into one of these versions of you that's not you, that's patented. Now the matrix owns you and wants you to stay in that. Stay in these boxes. The boxes too. These boxes of beliefs, the matrix owns those. It's patented. On an energetic level, people. We see the patents around us in our physical realm. Imagine Imagine an energetic patent that the matrix owns. Energetically, this is much deeper than a physical patent of some invention, people, some physical item. This is an energetic, deep patent. So now it owns you once you're operating in these mirrors, in a false version of yourself. That's a good way to really understand how this system's working and how deep it is. We're not here to play games anymore, people. We're only here for truth. Shout out to 17 Joy. So that one just came to me about the patents. I like that. I really like this. So the more you're engaging, the more it's writing your story. And when you stop, it goes dark. And you start to see through it. So when you look into, and I've done this a little bit a while back on the material technology, especially the black mirror is, it's in whatever, occult science or modern, it's basically a parasitic technology. It's not even about glass and electronics at all. It's about frequency control, energetic control. This is basically entangling you with the matrix, and it's a perception hijacking is what's going on. So we want to, I guess, so when I got into this and the silicone, the graft to the fiend, we know the word GRAPHENE, the liquid crystal technology, people, when I started looking into this, and I was like, well, what ingredients are they using to make these black mirrors, the screens on your phone? Where's my phone? What technology are they using? Or what's not technology? What's the ingredients on these black mirrors, people? You ever look into that? The liquid crystals, the graft to the fiend. This is deep stuff going on. This is the mirror matrix. Okay? So when I look deep into this, so I kind of looked into it again and reminded myself here. Silicone, which is sand refined as a semiconductor, tin dioxide used in touchscreens for conductivity and transparency, liquid crystals, light bending molecules in LCDs, light bending molecules in your black screen. And we have the graft to the fiend, right? Which is a carbon lattice with exotic properties. So these materials mimic the function of scrying mirrors, but now digitally infused and frequency responsive. So basically, the mirror went wireless. And what does it go back to, people? It goes back to optogenetics. The tech behind the black mirrors. This is the neurological black mirror with the flicker rates that entertain brain waves, the mind and thoughts, and the brain, the machine within you, and the wiring system within you. And then and then the blue light pulses that affect the circadian rhythm. And then, so the color granulates in your devices too, they're designed to trigger dopamine loops with the likes and different things and different attention we get, and just that dopamine that's being released here and these feelings. People, this is the matrix, Get these feelings of these temporary good feelings of some type of fulfillment. Watching somebody we get, and just that dopamine that's being released here and these feelings. People, this is the matrix, Get these feelings of these temporary good feelings of some type of fulfillment. We get, and just that dopamine that's being released here and these feelings. People, this is the matrix, Get these feelings of these temporary good feelings of some type of fulfillment. Watching somebody not be authentic, or watching somebody in a box that you're now in, not being present in the moment, your true self, you're operating in the mirrors, but you feel good about it because it's connecting with your dopamine in your brain, the computer, to make you feel good about it, like you're accomplishing something, Like you're awakening. But you're just awakening in your mind, making you feel good about it. What was the other thing? EMF and ELF fields influence cellular and brain activity. So like we talk about, the optogenetics is using light to control neurons. And now have been integrated with screen tech, street lights, and even medical devices. So what was the other thing? Let's go into the chat for a second. Hope I didn't miss anybody. Using their matrix chakras to use your ultraviolet chakra as a bug. Yeah, this chakra stuff. Okay. So the scrying mirrors were tablets. I got deep on this technology, and I don't want to. What was it called? It was called a. I'm glad you. Let's see if I can find it. I forgot the name. They wore these, and we don't even know what's real. I mean, we don't even know if this even happened. This is the high priest breastplate. So this is, even if it's not real, let's just talk about it for a second. Oh, okay. So we need to copy and paste this into my Google browser here. Okay, so bear with me, people. We're gonna. Okay, so it's a rabbi breastplate. Okay, so we have the image here now. And this isn't that important anymore, but it is interesting, to say the least. These are the rabbi breastplates that they wore. And it was like these different, it wasn't even like this. It was more like this. Or whatever, or didn't even exist. I don't know. It doesn't matter to me. But these are a very unique set of elements in sequence. And what they would do is these are the tablets, people. This is like your apps on your tablet. Let's see if we can find a One of the purpose of the breastplate was to invoke divine direction when the Jewish community was in doubt when confronted with a dilemma such as whether to wage war, whatever, it doesn't matter. Whether to wage war against a neighboring nation, a high priest world would stand facing the Ark of the Covenant and blah, blah, blah. Anyways, they would ask it was like an internet, this was like an internet search engine that they had. This is their iPads, people. And now we think that we're special because we have them, but trust me, people, this is petty technology. You think they're going to give us anything that's really going to help us out at all? No, they just want to give us something so we stay into the mirrors. That's what all this technology is about. So I don't really want to get into that, but I did get deep on that one time, and it was very interesting. So what else was it? Okay. flicker rates, optogenetic. So we basically broke that down pretty much. So we're good on that. What's up, No Name? Yeah. So that's a rabbi breastplate. You guys can do your own research, but you know they're not going to give us anything true for the most part. And so we basically, what time is this? 2:02. I mean, what else is there to say about these mirrors, people? This is a deep program that we need to visualize these mirrors that's not really us. And once we fall into those versions of us that's not us, that's how this system even operates. And so always be aware you're the viewer of this, you know? And so a lot of us as we have trials and tribulations in our life, we are viewing ourselves, like I was viewing myself throughout different things and experiences that weren't great in my life, whatever, not to go in details, that I was viewing and I saw myself and it was almost like I knew exactly what was going on. I was so aware that anyone that was in that state I was in wouldn't be aware at all. But I was very aware of what was going on around me. I was extremely aware, you know? And so there was a version of me operating. I was operating in a mirror that wasn't really me, and I saw it and I knew it, but it was something was going on, you know? It's hard to explain. So how we take our power back, get out of these damn mirrors. If you just coming in, make sure you rewind this stream. And so it's just a backwards matrix. Okay? So what else?
Things are nice in the afterlife. Everything looks so clear and bright. We all become ghosts after we die. Every ghost is the same color white. Everyone I meet is so polite. I really fucking love being white. I don't care if you call me racist. Being white is the fucking greatest. So I was expecting some redneck shit. I thought all whites were supremacists. But all I see is white excellence. You should never feel white guilt for it. Everyone I meet is so polite. I really fucking love being white. I don't care if you call me racist. Being white is a fucking race. There's no more crime and no more fights. I like it here in the afterlife. But if I ever get sent back, I pray I don't come back black. Oh shit! We are all sisters and brothers, but ghosts only come in one color. Now that I'm white, I have to admit, being white is the fucking shit. Everyone I meet is so polite. I really fucking love being white. I don't care if you call me racist. Being white is the fucking greatest. Everyone I meet is so polite. I really fucking love being white. I don't care if you call me racist. Being white is the fucking greatest. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, fuck yeah.
You ain't got a front, nigga, be yourself. Ooh. You ain't got a front, nigga, be yourself. Ooh. La 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 la. La 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 la. I don't care how much money you make. Don't care about the chicks you date. Don't care about the fights you've been. I don't care, we all get women. We all been in situations we had to be tough. Nigga, we all got nuts. You niggas front too much. Oh, bragging, boasting. Real niggas know silence golden. Keep things in motion. Get money on the low and be cool. You niggas move with too much shit to prove. Ooh, trust that energy felt. You ain't got a front, nigga, be yourself. You ain't got a front, nigga, be yourself. Ooh. You ain't got a front, nigga, be yourself. Ooh. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Oh, man, she say she want hood nigga. I keep the perk by the pound. The trunk stay bumped and y'all know we run the town. Hood nigga. And I keep a bad bitch around. Big bitch, long hair, yellow, white, red, brown. Hood nigga. And my Chevy sitting on 24s. Flats look like flapjack. Pancake, you ain't no hood nigga. I'ma play the game how it go. They can take me out the hood, but I'ma keep it hood for. All the whole jockey be steady knocking, middle of the stage, got the whole club rocking. Nigga, you can hate, but the chick steady watching. Bet you can't do it on the stick. She poppin', we bottle poppin'. You cock blockin', told your girl you're out, but your CD flopping. You say you're getting money, man, we ain't seen nothing. Your girl is persistent, she ain't stopping, man. She said she want honey. I keep the perk by the pound. The trunk.
That I can't say. There's stupid rules of fucking game. I'm listening to my favorite rap song, and I just want to sing along, nigga. I just want to tell you how I'm feeling. Gonna make you understand. Gonna say nigga today. Gonna say nigga tonight. Gonna say nigga today. Oh fuck yeah. Oh, when I'm home by myself and I'm rocking in my car, always say nigga, well hard on. I don't care if you get your feelings hurt. Your reaction to the word is worse. I'm just trying to celebrate black art. Now please step away from my car, nigga. I just want to tell you how I'm feeling. Gonna make you understand. Gonna say nigga today. Gonna say nigga tonight. Gonna say nigga today. Oh fuck yeah. Oh, when I'm home by myself and I'm rocking in my car, always say nigga, well hard on. Gonna say Nick, gonna say Nick. Gonna say Nick, gonna say Nick. I sing the N-word every time I hear it. Don't blame me, I didn't write the lyrics. I'm not a hater, I just love rap songs. Please just let me sing along, nigga. I just wanna tell you how I'm feeling. Gonna make you understand. Gonna say nigga today. Gonna say nigga tonight. Gonna say nigga today. Oh fuck yeah. Oh, when I'm home by myself and I'm rocking in my car, always say nigga, well hard on. Gonna say nigga today. Gonna say nigga tonight. Gonna say nigga today. Oh fuck yeah. Oh, when I'm home by myself and I'm rocking in my car, always say nigga, well hard on. Gonna say nigga today. Gonna say nigga tonight. Gonna say nigga today. Oh fuck yeah. Oh, when I'm home by myself and I'm rocking in my car, always say nigga, well hard on.
왜 맨날 그니 그때 아
Onnya bawa.
Onnya
bawa. Iya yang mana mak?
왜 맨날 그니 그때 Ikama aku ya. Aku aham. Kamanda. Bu inggi bocor. Aku. Enggak. Aku sama. Kau itu. Gogo. Oh ne. Ikama aku ya. Kwasate akwade. Chiki ma at up iat up bi tesa kwa chiki ma. Taya. Ne na kota ba. Kwasate akwade. Chiki ma at up iat up bi tesa kwa chiki ma.
Is that a monkey? Are they gonna eat that monkey there? Looks like a monkey.
Yeah.
Look at these niggas here. Look at these niggas. What's up, my nigga? What's up, my nigga? What did they say about fried chicken? What's up, my nigga? What's up, my nigga? They're thanking Jesus in the comments. These niggas gonna feast on that. These niggas gonna have a feast. Cook 1, African 0. We should import more over here. We don't have enough crime yet. We should bring more of these people over here so they can steal from our stores. Come on, niggas, cook up a feast. What do they got here? What are these niggers cooking up in there? What is this? Look at this. My nigga, what are you doing? Put it back in the pot? Just pour into that. It's like putting your whole mouth in the pot there. This nigga here. Look at this. Oh, God. Oh, look at the teeth. Look at the yellow teeth. Oh, my goodness. Those teeth are worse than OTWs. Holy shit. What are we looking at here? Oh, God damn. Oh, what's this? What is that? That's the skull of a fucking monkey. Oh my goodness. That's the skull of a monkey. There's the teeth there. Oh, Lord. Lord, have mercy on these niggas. That's a monkey skull. Or a baboon. What are they doing? Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I think that's a baboon skull. Oh, Jesus. Jesus Christ. Is this what goes on in Africa? Oh no. Cooking flies all over it. He brought some food over. He said, "Here, bitch, have something to eat. You're my bitch." Look at the little niglet here. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but oh man. That was a cute little niglet there. It looked like a grown man face on that baby. The baby has a grown man face. What's going on here? What's going on? What's this? Happy dumping all these eggs.
煎鸡蛋是单锅娘泡面。泡面高丽好，对。哎呦妈！方便面炒鸡蛋呀。西红柿高丽好。
What are these niggers niggering up? They're niggering up some food here. Eggs and... What's that? Oh, the fire. What are you doing? How you eat with your hands right out of the pan? Jesus. Oh, the little niglet said it's hot. Poor little boy here, the little niglet, said it's hot stuff. Shit. Here. Here.
煎鸡蛋是单锅娘泡面吗？泡面高丽好，对。哎呦妈！方便面炒鸡蛋呀。西红柿高丽好。单锅简直吃的呀。关节炎。对，关节炎高丽好。
Baby Kangs. Baby Kangs. Kangs. Watch your boy burn the little niglet's mouth. Watch this. Oh! Hot. Hey, Seth, how are you doing? They was Kangs. Corn on the cob. They got so much to teach us. We should bring them over here. They have so much to teach us. I like how she's yelling even though over there. You're out in the middle of nowhere. They have to yell just like they do here. Yell louder. Oh, that's hot. That's hot, that little boy said. This little niglet, she tried to burn that little niglet. I don't know why she was trying to burn the niglet. What's going on here? Yeah. Oh, that's a head there. She's laughing. They put a head of poor little monkey. Look at poor little monkey's head. Oh, Jesus. Jesus, this is what you get in Africa. You eat a monkey's head. Oh, good Lord. Jesus Christ. This is what you get in Africa. They might even roast a niglet and try to feed it to you. Jesus. Jesus Christ. My goodness. What are we looking at here? God damn. Look at this, the monkey's head. Oh no. Oh no. Laughing about the monkey's head. Oh no. They chopped the head off the monkey. Look at this. Oh no. Oh no. That's a monkey's head. Oh, Jesus. And this is what people love. They say this is their culture. You go over there. Go live with them. I don't want you around me. Go over there. Go live with them.
Gewe dahama akana asaya gewe dabawa. Ota ateye yako ota atigwa kana gewe dahihe. Gewe dahama akana asaya gewe dabawa. Ota ateye yako ota atigwa.
We're all the same. We're all equal, they tell you. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Kula chakula unaondoka. Lakini hela vipi? Sasa
No wonder they don't have table manners. Look at this. Oh no. Oh. Jesus, save them. Save them, Jesus. Jesus, save them. Come on, Jesus. Save them. Where's Jesus? Where's Jesus? Yo, yo, what's up, my motherfuckers? Yo, yo, what's up, my niggas? What's up, niggas? Yo, yo, niggas. Come on, my niggas. This be heaven. Look at my watermelons. This be heaven.
Kula chakula unaondoka. Lakini hela vipi? Sasa
Niggering up some food. We're all the same. It's using a stick to stir. This is a stir stick. There's your salad. She's tossing your salad. Oh, man. Oh. Oh. Oh, goodness. What do we have there?
Cigarrillo. 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 Cigarrillo.
I like when truthers come along and say, this is how we should live. We should live like this. Mother Earth, nature. Mother Earth, nature. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love you humans that want to live like this. Go ahead. Move there. Go live with them.
Sinja ko ta ka kata na ko ta dong ko mo no ta ko ha.
Ko ta man nam saklinin. Ha? Te ya ko na bebe.
Mama. Ala. Sinja ya ko ta sinja. Como ta ko ta.
Ko ta ta ko. O sa pa bita ba dokun kon o tagwa ki mabita simpi tamak. Ka kata bita tona. Aka church
Where's PETA? Where's the protection of animals? Where's PETA? Where's PETA?
Ono akana be kwa chabane ako kata ko kwa tate eta. Kata ko ako boko ko ta ata hako hamana. Oshu niko paka ako kudasa. Ko akata iyo. Kakata vita tone ta kwa piaza bebe ko ta usepa ikaya mosho kwima ajana na bawa ngana ko kwa ya chuta soko. Mama.
Maki kabel. Tebe da kasi umba loko dai kasi. Ako kung gano'n, ako sa ako. Kung nung sila ako. Ako. Love that chick. Bo. Gano'n. Ako sama kabila sina nakala chita ule ko boko pata khaina ela ako ro ba one ukuta ka
Elata bisa kuku aku bermain asha maku dia kuku bah fa kuku bah kata maku bisa kuku ngana kuku petita kuku bah faka kuku maku bi ama buta faka neta. Kalau kami langsung kasih kasohama. Oh tu kota pame. Iya anak. Ini kau mau. She I called after ticket. Come inside, come. Inside. Mana ko ben o sepa akwa qete atona ko te choba tsena ka tangwa ka tla chabala zwa biena bena akwa qete atona ko ta afuku to kwa mana ko qaqata o ta ka tumeko akoto be tsata buku kumna ko ta shoko kai ata o be iya akwa ko Bale at oko ta tono ko ya. Ya masapani isa mo akama ta insti ya gweko so te.
Lakini ngana lakini mazalo
aboko ataha.
Lakini mazalo utakweza.
Hold on, everyone. I think you're in for a real treat. They're going to play some classical music. They have an orchestra there. I'm sorry. I can't help it. Look at this. Look at these niggas.
mzetu apote mayangu ameyasanza tena. Habari sasa katapema okuwa oka ishi amazi. Kwatani sasa katapema okuwa oka ishi amazi. Habari zetu apote mayangu ameyasanza tena. Habari zetu apote mayangu ameyasanza tena. Kwatani sasa katapema Chikuma kuni kote. Ikate kotu mate aya ono meto na tishi. Ikate kotu mate aya ono meto na tishi. Kakwe tu mate aya ono meto na tishi. Kakwe tu mate aya ono meto na tishi. Ikate kotu mate aya ono meto na tishi. Ikate kotu mate aya ono meto na tishi. Kakwe tu mate aya ono meto na tishi. Kakwe tu mate aya ono meto na tishi. Ikate kotu mate aya ono meto na tishi. Ikate kotu mate aya ono meto na tishi. Kakwe tu mate aya ono meto na tishi. Kakwe tu mate aya ono meto na tishi. Ikate kotu Kuyo ketinggalan rahasia sana tu.
Are there any women here that are single? These men seem to be single young men, and they cook. Look what they cook. You could have a feast. You could have a feast over there. He could cook and fill up your belly, and then take you to his cave and fuck you. And people say we're all the same. All cultures are beautiful and equal. All races, all cultures. It doesn't matter. It's all good. You go over there and have at it. If you hate white men so much, this is where I would send the ones that bash white men if I was running Canada or United States. I wouldn't hesitate. I'd send them over there and say, have at it. Go ahead. See how much better it is. Oh, look at that. Isn't that yummy? Oh, look at, what is that? I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. My goodness. Look at that. You could just put your hands right in there and scoop it up and eat right out of the pot. You don't even have to wash the pot. Who knows when it was washed? Just eat it. Eat it. That could be your husband. The guy right there. Dusty skin. That could be your husband. These are eligible young bachelors, and if they don't stay there, you can bring them to France, the UK, Germany, Sweden, Canada, United States, Australia. Send them all over the world. Africa's population's exploding. They don't have enough room. They got to come over here. You'll have to marry them eventually, or your daughters or granddaughters. That almost looks like liver. What is that? What part of an animal is that? Look at that. What kind of animal is that? I don't know what's in that pot. What is that? That looks like a big piece of liver. Look at this guy here. Oh man. I don't believe in Darwin's theory of evolution, but this guy forgot to evolve. I mean, Jesus, what are we looking at here? My goodness. I have never seen stuff bubble out of meat like that before. I don't know what that is. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Oh man. What a feast they have. This is a beautiful feast. Who needs European restaurants built by men? You can have this. I think it would be a good idea, since most women, almost all, in America and Canada hate white men and blame straight white men for everything, that we send them over there at a certain age to spend at least 6 months to a year supervised, protected so they don't get raped, but so that they firsthand have to eat this way and experience living that way. And then when they come back to Canada and USA and Australia, I know there's a lot there that hate men as well. I've seen famous ones that are man haters. All the way to the UK, they're there as well. France, Germany, Sweden, all over. That they come back to our countries and hopefully appreciate what white men have built in terms of civilization. Not just restaurants, but everything that you take for granted. Sewers, garbage pickup, hot water, running water, air conditioning, heating, the buildings we have, the food distribution, the supermarkets, the transportation, the roads, the cars we built, everything we've given you. Maybe you'd appreciate it a bit more and not bash white men all the time. If you had to spend a full year over there learning firsthand and living this way, I think that would be a good idea for 18-year-old women or 20-year-old women, something like that. Life experience where you learn something. Because there's so many of you that hate white men, and a lot of white men are tired of it. Millions of us, not just a few, millions, notice, millions. And the only men you'd be around, you'd be supervised so that they couldn't grape you, but you'd be around these guys. Out in the desert, out in Africa, out in the heat, no deodorant, you'd be smelly, you'd be eating this, you'd be hungry enough that if they threw you a little piece of liver, you'd eat it. You'd be glad to be back in the company of white men and survive. You'd be saying, I hope they don't put me in a pot and cook me up. You'd realize that you miss civilization and you miss white men. Because a lot of you don't know how good you have it. You'd have to spend time with the niggers. Oh, I would also say, if it didn't work and you came back, then we'd send you back for good and say you have to marry one. You have to marry one and stay there. We're done with you. We tried to help you, but you're irredeemable. Too bad. And ship them away to Africa. I think we need to take a tougher stance. Too many are getting away with stupid shit these days. You ask the average white woman in America about white men or white women in the UK, and they have no appreciation. So they should just go over there. Go live with the bush niggas.
CBS News has learned the Trump administration is negotiating with the East African country of Rwanda to house illegal migrants deported out of the United States.
So America's war on illegal immigration is escalating, and those caught in the country illegally could now be deported somewhere other than where they came from if they don't leave on their own. However, judges and activists are fighting back, recently blocking deportation flights to countries in Africa like Libya, which are some of the only countries on Earth willing to accept deportees who came from countries like Venezuela, which for some reason don't want their own citizens coming back. Which is why the president is now offering people $1,000 if they decide to permanently leave the United States on their own.
We got one running across, northbound.
A man ran from the Florida Highway Patrol after being pulled over for a traffic violation. When his legal status was questioned, he took off.
Come on out, get out here right now. I see your hands, come on out.
Today I signed an executive order to launch the first ever self-deportation program for illegal aliens. We are making it as easy as possible for illegal aliens to leave America. Any illegal alien can simply show up at an airport and receive a free flight out of our country.
If you come to the U.S. illegally or stay here unlawfully, not only can you face deportation to your home country, of course, but now you can face deportation.
They say Trump is so harsh. He's giving them free flights. I wouldn't do that. They'd have free rides floating on doors back to where they came from. You're illegal. Get the fuck out of our country. Get out of here.
Deportation to a country across the Atlantic that is in deep political crisis, like the African country of Libya.
The idea is simple. Pay migrants to leave instead of paying more to deport them. Arresting, detaining, and removing just one migrant can cost over $17,000. Under this new program, those who self-deport will get a stipend of up to $1,000.
So to all illegal aliens, book your free flight right now. We want you out of America, but if you're really good, we're going to try and help you get back in.
So apparently, those illegally in America could be deported almost anywhere if their home countries don't want them back. But what nobody's talking about is this right here reveals a major problem with the whole asylum crisis that we were told was going to be a great thing for America. But now serious doubt is being cast on that idea if some of the people who are in the United States are not allowed to return to the countries they started out from. Could it be that places like Venezuela know and possibly orchestrated the movement of criminal groups like Tren de Aragua from prisons in their home country to sanctuary cities like New York? Or could it be that in many cases, those willing to travel thousands of miles and pay smugglers to illegally enter our country may not have been upstanding citizens to begin with? Well, as you're about to see, the answers to those questions are not exactly confidence-inspiring, but there's another problem. Over the last 4 years, the US has seen record levels of illegal immigration, and although ICE agents are making great progress capturing dangerous individuals, like terror watch list suspects, gang members, and those with heinous criminal records, the US doesn't have the resources to lock everyone up domestically, which is why deportation flights are so important and weren't controversial at all until recently. Which brings us to the real reason why there's now so much pushback against what used to be a normal part of immigration enforcement in this country. If the open borders crowd can stop these flights, it will force the Trump administration to house every single person they arrest right here, greatly increasing the cost of enforcing our borders in a way no president was ever challenged with before, including President Obama, who deported millions without so much as a peep from activists who badly want dangerous criminals to stay in our country forever, like this guy.
Get out here right now! I see your hands! Come on out!
He was caught hiding in a nearby neighborhood shed. He was previously convicted for unlawful possession of a firearm and assaulting an officer, according to Border Patrol.
Why on earth should America be obligated to house that individual or folks like him indefinitely when he's already in the country without permission and is here committing crimes? That's the question normal people are asking, while these activist judges and politicians do everything they can to stop anyone from getting deported. And as you're about to see, they're even willing to go to jail because they think it makes them martyrs for some humanitarian cause that doesn't actually exist, since those they're defending are gang members. And once you understand how radical these people are, it will make sense why Donald Trump's plans really shouldn't be that controversial at all. In fact, they make a lot of sense.
Newark's Mayor Russ Brock had taken into custody around 3 o'clock. He was on a tour of Delaney Hall with 3 other members of New Jersey's congressional delegation. Federal officials blocked his entry. We're told that an argument erupted, and Baraka attempted to enter through some sort of side gate. Those on scene say federal agents threw organizers to the ground. You can see him there. He's circled, trying to get through that gate and confronting a...
So before we get into President Trump's plan to send people to countries like Rwanda, it's important to understand something. The people who claim that these deportations are inhumane and wrong don't actually understand what they're advocating against. Because it's recently been exposed that this ICE detention facility that these politicians protested at is nicer than the prisons most Americans get held in. And it's also come out that every single person detained by immigration authorities is eligible to self-deport and then receive $1,000 from America for doing so to help them leave the country. And as you're about to see, there are places lined up for people in jail in America that are nicer than where a lot of Americans live.
These accommodations in Rwanda's capital, Kigali, have stood empty for months, but the government hopes that won't last much longer. After reports last week suggested Rwanda was open to taking in US deported migrants, the foreign minister confirmed Monday that talks with Washington have begun.
Hold on, back up a bit. Look at this place. This is a nice place. Look at it. It says right here, an entertainer's dream, 2 bedrooms, bath and a half, and there's a parking spot. And it's several floors. Look at that. And it's got a terrace. And you can get paid $1,000 right now to get on a plane and go live there. Look at this. Under a previous deal that almost went through with the United Kingdom, Rwanda said that they would house migrants for up to 5 years, and that people who wanted to leave on their own could have their paperwork processed in a few months and just leave. Now, a full deal hasn't been worked out with the US yet, but this doesn't sound like a prison situation either.
We are working with other countries to say, we want to send you some of the most despicable human beings to your countries.
What a deal with Rwanda might look like remains unclear. Media reports suggest the US wants to pay the country to accept migrants and fund a program to help them integrate into Rwandan society. But Rwanda has faced criticism for human rights abuses. The UN warns that migrants sent there could be deported again to countries where their safety isn't guaranteed.
So if Rwanda's being paid to accept people and they're going to be putting them in apartments that look like this, that doesn't sound like an inhumane situation. In fact, it sounds like a situation that might be better for these people than the reality that they're facing if they are from a country that says you can't come back if you've left. And what's crazy is you've got activists who are out there right now storming ICE facilities in the name of humanity when what they want is for people to be stuck in America. They don't want people to be deported to a country like Rwanda where they'll have their freedom. They want them to stay here as prisoners in some facility. But I guess to them, being in jail in America is better than being free anywhere else in the world. That's just so bizarre. But what's not bizarre is the fact that it costs so much money to house people and detain them here in America that anything the country spends to help folks voluntarily leave on their own is a win for everybody, including the people who take these deals.
The idea is simple. Pay migrants to leave instead of paying more to deport them. Now, according to the Department of Homeland Security, arresting, detaining, and removing just one migrant can cost over $17,000. Under this new program, those who self-deport through the CBP Home app will get a stipend of up to $1,000. Once they get to their country. However, some say
Okay, so if it costs $17,000 to house somebody in America and they don't have their freedom, them leaving and getting paid and having agency somewhere else is just so much better. Now they can take care of themselves. They don't have to live in a jail anymore. And in many cases, you've got people who illegally came to America and owe debts to cartels and smugglers. Well, this exit bonus that people are getting could be used to help them pay off whatever remaining debt they have so that they don't have to live in fear in their home countries because they were snuck into America and never paid back the bad guys. But even if that's not the case, this totally demolishes the excuse that activists put forward that once people are here in America, they've got no hope, nowhere to return to, and nothing to go back to. If you give somebody $1,000, that's going to help them get set up pretty quick. And as we've recently discovered, this protest at this ICE facility exposed the humanity of the entire operation because inside that jail, there are signs all over the place that tell people how they can take advantage of this free flight while they're in detention. Anybody can leave these detention facilities whenever they want. And what that means is as ICE and other states take immigration enforcement seriously, there will be more people who are in a position to accept such an opportunity.
For the first time, Florida troopers have the ability to question a person's immigration status on the side of the road. That wasn't always the case.
Every day, Florida Highway Patrol troopers would interact with people that were most likely here unlawfully, and there was nothing that we could do as state law enforcement officers.
Now, FHP is the only state agency in the nation trained and acting in partnership with federal immigration agents under what is known as the 287G agreement. And Fox News is the first to see it in action.
So here's the twist that immigration enforcement has taken in America. You've got local jurisdictions like Florida right here that are ramping up their own efforts to get people who police are already interacting with in the context of criminal activity to just voluntarily deport themselves. These folks are being taken into custody and they don't have to put up with that. However, they could just take a free flight and take $1,000 and leave on their own. And to be honest with you, the only people who aren't going to do that are going to be criminals or gang members who prefer a prison cell to freedom somewhere else. It really doesn't make sense that anybody wouldn't take such an offer. But one thing's for sure, as certain states decide to do more to help get criminals off of their streets, there are other cities like New York who are doing the opposite. And what we're going to see over the next few months is that in sanctuary cities in particular, as they resist immigration enforcement efforts, criminals will be drawn to these locations and things here are just going to get worse.
This video from Friday night in New York's Times Square going viral. 5 suspects have since been arrested, all linked to the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua.
This is terrible.
This is not low-level crime.
It's not low-level crime. We've got a massive gang problem going on right here in New York. And here's the thing. This is the opposite of what's taking place in Florida. In Florida, these folks could be arrested and immediately immigration-related enforcement could take place. But here, since we ban our police from having anything to do with immigration enforcement, it actually just helps gang members escape justice. And the people running New York are so proud of their counterparts who just stormed an ICE facility in New Jersey. These folks actually think they're sticking up for humanity and that they're making the world a better place, advocating for criminals and gang members to get let off the hook. That's what they really want. What they really want is for that ICE facility to just open up its doors and just let everyone out, because as you're about to see, our activist leaders, they don't think any of these folks have done anything wrong.
It's organized violence carried out by gang members that we've already taken off the streets for preying on New Yorkers. And now they're back, ambushing cops in the middle of Times Square.
Just outside of Nashville this past weekend, Tennessee Highway Patrol officers worked with ICE to conduct traffic stops, resulting in more than 80 arrests, including an alleged Tren de Aragua member.
Okay, so when these activists come out and they say that somebody who's a violent gang member who was caught committing a crime is not a criminal, that's because they truly believe that all of what we're seeing is wrong and there's something else going on. They don't believe that Tennessee Highway Patrol legitimately encountered dangerous individuals while they were just out there doing their jobs. They're making their community so much safer. These activists have no idea how much better off things are going to be for everybody now that these criminals who aren't here seeking the American dream are off the streets.
Before the sun was even up, troopers had a total of 30 people in custody.
That's just here on a small stretch of highway in Hillsborough County, Tampa, Florida.
Although the operation could have lasted much longer, FHP said it was over within an hour because they were at capacity. They didn't have any more room to hold undocumented migrants. So, guys, this begs the question about detention space, not only here in Florida, but nationwide.
So this brings up a very important point, and this is how the activists and the open borders crowd think they can win. They think that if they can stop people from being detained and fill up all the detention bed space we have, that ICE and the president will have no choice but to stop going out and arresting people. Which is why they want to block these deportation flights. They're so upset that people could have to leave the country and that ICE could continue doing its job. And this is the part of our story where the real issue here comes into play in a way that nobody's talking about. Here we have an article from 2018 from Yale that finds twice as many people living in the country illegally as previous estimates. Using mathematical modeling on a range of demographic and immigration operations, researchers estimate 22.1 million undocumented immigrants in the United States, double the 11.3 million that were estimated. And this is back in 2018 before we even had an asylum crisis. And what that reveals is we don't actually know how many people are in the country and aren't supposed to be here. We have guesses, we have ideas, but they're always low. What do you think about that? How many people might there actually be in the country that we don't know about? Is President Trump doing the right thing? Is it a good idea to pay people to leave the United States when it might cost more money to keep them here while taking away all of their freedom when they could have a better life somewhere else? Let me know. Thank you so much for watching. See you in the next video.
Going to get right into it today. Appreciate everybody that's going to tune in an hour and later. And we're going to get deeper on the astral plane, which I know is a matrix illusion, delusion, another layer of the matrix. And so we're going to get deep on it today, and we'll ask ChatGPT maybe a little bit later about it. I'm curious what it's going to say. But we are going to visit this topic that I did a video on yesterday, I think. And we're going to go over the comments in that video. Let me see here. Yeah, that was yesterday, the 21st. So we're going to pull this video up and go over the comments, because I was going over the comments this morning in there and reading again, because some people left some really long comments and I had a lot of flowing through me. And I want to talk about it, and I want to review some videos as we search the algorithm for this topic and these characters promoting this realm. And I want to look at the history of this and what they taught about this and the beings that told us about it. And I don't know, we'll see where it goes. And then we'll ask ChatGPT a little bit later. So here we go. So we did the video yesterday. Hold on a second, let me cue this up. So we're gonna get right into, hold on, my StreamYard's glitching a little bit. We're gonna get right into these comments from the video, which I appreciate, and people spending the time to write these long comments. And I was looking at this morning from Kevin and Vault of Remembrance. So we want to pull this up first and go over it, and then we're going to pull up things on the astral plane, which they call it the soul or spirit realm, and what they taught about this, different religions and things like that. And I'm thoroughly convinced, and I'm in a knowing at this point, that it's just another matrix illusion. And just with less limitations than we are here, you know? And like I said, they're making another astral plane as we speak. Remember, we got deep into it with the ChatGPT in the beginning of our journey with that, about the astral plane that they're building around the next reality for death and rebirth. So why would we think that this one's any different? If they're building a realm around the next realm, if they're building an astral plane around the next realm that they're building for us to get trapped in, then why would we think that this one is anything different? They're just copying and pasting as usual. So let's pull this up. And I was going to do something different today, but this just flowed through me all of a sudden. Okay, let's zoom in on this. On these comments, and we'll start here today. Okay. Let's cue this up on the screen, nice and wide. Wide as possible. That's good enough. Okay. So my friends and my lurkers. Okay, there we go. So let's start here with these comments. Big shout out to Debbie for that. I appreciate that, by the way. And then so we're gonna start here with Kevin's comment, which I appreciate someone taking the time to write this. And we're going to start here, and then we're going to get into some things here, and we're going to go on the algorithm and see what's going on. So, shout out to Carrie Skates. Thank you. Let's get this chat thing queued up here. Okay, we're queued up and ready to go, people. So, I have a lot to say about this. It's going to be flowing through me as we navigate this topic, and it used to be a big interest of mine. But as you awaken truly and you realize what's going on in this realm, and you realize most people are trapped in a box, right? and you reflect back to the different beings you connected with and or watched on different topics, you revisit this with clear eyes and a clear knowing and kind of reading energy, and you start to read the energetic signature of these beings promoting things like this. And you can tell that they're trapped in a box, you know, and they're promoting things like the astral plane. And I don't trust beings like this to tell me the truth. You know, I don't trust them. So let's start here with, I got a lot to say about this. The astral, in my experience, is very archetypical. It's an archetype. Okay, so let's start here. Or symbolic in some ways, but also very real because your mind can't tell the difference, and sometimes it feels like you're inside a different version of yourself, but other times not. So if you're able to control and dominate these visions, it feels like you're doing sorcery, the illusion. Okay, so we're going to get deep on this right here, my friend. So let's go step by step in this, because this right here exposes it as a matrix illusion. What's up, Three Fingers? Good to see you, my friend. They have this new thing where you can show comments on the live on the screen. Let's try it out. So let's go over this in detail, because this is when my knowing is going to flow through me. Okay, so the astral is very symbolic in some ways, but also very real because your mind can't tell the difference. Well, it's not your mind. It's their mind. So if you're in a real realm where you have something to gain and you're outside the matrix or something, and your mind can't tell the difference, welcome to this realm, people. It's just another copy of this realm. It's just another layer with less limitations. If you can't tell the difference and you're wondering and you're confused, you're in the matrix, people. So, because you can't tell the difference, and sometimes it feels like you're inside a different version of yourself, but other times not. Why would you feel like you're in a different version of yourself? You know, like that means that this realm can't be trusted. I don't want to go to any realm where I can't tell the difference. And I feel like myself, and sometimes I don't. Welcome to the matrix, people. If you're able to control and dominate the visions there, it feels like you're doing sorcery. The illusion is so big that you can even grab the so-called demons and make them your pet, or make their energy go back to you, or even transform them. First, they try to scare you with a face, but you don't fall for their tricks. Then they become submissive. This is the matrix, people. This is energy harvesting, you know? This is a video game that we're playing in this astral plane. It has no value whatsoever. Grabbing demons. This is the astral warriors, people. We did a stream on them. They want us to become astral warriors in a fantasy land with digital projections of demons that we make our slave, just like they do us, where we can't tell the difference. You know what I mean? We can't tell the difference, and we're able to control and dominate beings. That's just like this realm. The vision there feels like you're doing sorcery. The illusion is so big that you can even grab the so-called demons and make them your pet, or make their energy go back to you, or even transform them. This is insane to me. First, they try to scare you with a face, but you don't fall for their tricks. Then they become submissive. And the beings that are promoting this realm and going into the astral and making beings their slave and making beings become submissive to them are some of the most lost beings in a box, and they look like they're playing Fantasyland. They look like a gamer to me. They don't look like anything that I can remember anything from, like truly remember the truth that I want to, that I'm looking for, that I already am. No, it's more confusion and overlays of matrix games for us to play and get lost in, just like anything else. There's no such things as demons or angels. From what I've seen, just spirits, as some would call, but they are also illusions. That's how tricky this whole realm is. It's like there's something that wants to grab your attention and hypnotize you under a spell. Wow, this is the Matrix, people. This is like Neo waking up in the pod and then starting to fight AI beings while he's still in the Matrix. He never woke up. This is the false awakening, my friends. This is the false awakening that everybody's under, where they so-called wake up to something, and then they think that they're above it, and they've woke up in the pod like Neo, and they're like the one aware, you know, and fighting these beings around us, these archons. This is fantasy nonsense. That's what happens here as well. They create an egregore so people can make it alive with their attention, which is what media and news is. They put out the wood for you so you can put it on the fire for them. And the more people do it, the longer that fire stays for the benefit of the one who came for the idea of the other words. Okay, what? This is confusing. And the longer that fire stays for the benefit of the one who came with the idea. In other words, we are leveraging our attention for others and not for our own sake, which is the problem here. I agree with you on how you ended here. I definitely agree. So that was a great comment, and I think we're on the same page here. And so he has experiences here in this realm. I've astral projected once, where I like left my body and I started flying, and it wasn't reflecting back. There was nothing to gain there. It was just playing a video game in another layer of the Matrix, you know? So I don't put much. Okay, so this one has some replies here. For me, the Astral is a copy just like here. It's just another box in the Matrix. That's what I said. And then, what else did I say here? Okay. Let's go to Walter Remembrance's comment, and then we're going to get more into this. Interesting. Yes, the Astral is still part of the Matrix. They tell you need to relearn astral projection and lucid dreaming so you can break through and the rest of the layers of the Matrix to exit. Exactly. They tell you need to relearn astral projection and lucid dreaming so you can break through that and the rest of the layers of the Matrix to exit. This is the illusion, people. Well said. You're right, it could just be another game being played on us. By the way, can you also do a video exposing the whole thing on the Golden Age? Yeah, I'll be doing that. The Golden Age, we're all one. The man-machine merger, we've been talking a lot about it, and we're going to talk a lot more about it. It's pretty important. This is the big game. Okay. So Kevin came into this comment and said something else. Okay, let's see what he says here, and then we're going to get more into this. It's not about learning astral projection or lucid dreaming. The word learn has earn in it. Funny enough, you don't earn none of what you want I'm sorry, let me start over. The word learn has earn in it. Funny enough, you don't earn none of this you want to unlearn back into silence. Instead, you become it. If you clear your mind by reaching inner silence, also known as stopping time, eventually you will start to experience things on the magnitude like it or not, because the walls will start to dissolve into a vortex, or you will start having crazy vivid dreams. As kids, we didn't have a noisy mind, and doing things was effortless. People who teach astral projection are scammers. Yeah, so we're going to segue into some of these characters, actually. And thank you to everyone else for the comments here. We are going to look up astral projection or the astral realm on YouTube and see what pops up. which I did before the show, and I figured we would check some of these out. And it's interesting, the algorithm's already changed over 5 minutes when I searched it. So let's check out some of these characters here promoting this astral plane. And let's see if it's something we can trust. What's up, Divine? Thank you for joining. We should be sharing audio here. Let me stop the screen and reshare it. Make sure we're sharing audio. Okay. Let's check out what this guy's doing. Fair use.
Ben, I'm a meditation and spiritual.
Let's check out some of these characters here. Really read energy as we pull up different beings. It's very important. See them for what's going on. You know?
Hey everyone, welcome to the channel. My name is Ben. I'm a meditation and spiritual teacher. And in today's video, I wanted to talk you through the 3 levels of the astral plane. So a lot of people will have heard the term the astral plane. I've spoken about it quite a lot on this channel through experiences that come about in meditation and things like that. It's kind of nice to have an understanding of the astral plane. Obviously, at the moment, we're all experiencing life on the physical plane. We're all spiritual beings who have come to the physical plane to have a human experience and learn and develop and then return to the spiritual realm that we've come from. Some would call that God or the divine. There are many levels that we can kind of pass through or experience on the way there. When we're here,
and what do they usually teach people? It's the thought realm, right? The thought forms. This is the thought form realm, people. You know? Why would we want to visit the thought form? Let's turn this thing off. Why would we want to visit the thought form realm? Look at these beings around us. Can you imagine what types of thoughts they're getting from this matrix? Vast majority of people are controlled by their thoughts. Totally. They're not even their own being. And I don't know if they can be. I think that they're just a thought. They're just a mind program. And so I want to transcend. I'm not going to any thought realm or thought form realm that these beings are projecting thoughts on. No, thank you. That must be a absolute hell. You want to know what hell is, people? It's this. It's being stuck in this. So you better believe our thoughts have power, and where it has the most power is there. So I don't want to be surrounded by a bunch of people's thoughts. No, thank you, people. That's what we want to get away from. We want to get away from the thoughts in the mind and others' thoughts in mind. And you're going to end up probably being alone when you really do it. But you don't care when you get there. So let's continue this. What's up? Oh, what's up? What's up, bro? Good to see you, bro. You got another channel now? Good to see you, Lonnie. Let's continue. Fair use.
in a physical body, at some point the physical body will pass away and we will move to the astral plane. But the astral...
What's the Matrix's biggest illusion, people? Outside the thoughts and the mind program, death. Where do we go when we so-called in the death program? We go to this astral plane, this thought realm, right? So how can it be trusted? It's a part of the Matrix program, people. We need to transcend all of this right here, right now. And we have to declare it and step in it and walk in it every move we make and know it to be so. There's no going along with this. There's no waiting around for this death illusion to transcend this. Once we're in this fake astral plane, in this thought realm, that's the checkpoint to the loop, people. This is the processing center. There's no going there to do anything magical or mystical or figure anything out. Trust me, people, this is a big program here. Let's continue the video. Thanks, Lonnie. Yeah. Okay, let's continue.
At some point, the physical body will pass away and we will move to the astral plane. But the astral plane is actually divided into 3 sections. There's what's known as the lower, and I'll explain what all of these mean, the middle, and the upper. And this is the astral. The astral plane. Now there might be some of you listening to this now and thinking, bloody hell, he's talking a load of nonsense. I personally have had many experiences of accessing higher planes through meditation, and it's coupled with the teachings that a very advanced teacher shared with me as well. I've been fortunate enough to meditate since I was around 6 years old. So I've had lots of different experiences. So the soul will, when it's passed away, when the physical body dies, it will move up to one of these 3 planes in the astral plane, or one of these 3 zones, you could say, in the astral plane. Now, what determines which one you go into and what is the difference? So on the lower plane, this is typically where negative entities reside. Now, what are negative entities? People who are like, let's say, murderers, rapists, those types of people. And those types of people, because of their actions, because of the karma that they've accrued, will, by the law of attraction, accrue more of that, and they will find themselves in the lower astral, which sadly is not a nice place to be. And I've touched upon the lower astral in meditation before, and as I say, it's really not a nice place to be. You don't want to be there. So I do genuinely feel for people like that, but I guess you do need to have the understanding that people or beings that are in the lower astral are there based upon their own actions. So I think it's good to send love and compassion to anyone that might be in the lower astral plane and hope that they change their ways and become nicer people. And when they come around the next time, when they have another human experience, hopefully they meet the right person, they have the right kind of circumstance that comes past them and enables them to change direction and improve themselves. But this is where people will typically experience, seeing demons or seeing.
These are, I don't know about this gentleman on the screen, but these are the AI beings, people. Okay? These are the AI beings promoting this all is one, Earth is a school narrative. And we got to see through it. And so that's exactly what he's promoting here and pointing to this Earth is a school. I don't need to learn anything. There's no way if I was a whole being at my truest state that I would choose to forget. There is an invader that invaded and made us forget. Only a parasitic being would do that. And no being in its true form would choose to forget who they are and go through this and subscribe to this narrative. It makes no sense. So anybody promoting this, as far as I'm concerned, is an AI being, because they're promoting the Earth's a school, we're all one. This is the man-machine merger, like I'm pointing out. It's not in 2040. It's right here and right now. You merge with the thoughts in mind. You merge as one with these beings around us that aren't one with us. You're in a matrix. Okay. Oh boy, let's continue a little bit. So we're 30 minutes in. Big shout out to everyone. Let's continue. Much to say about this. And again, no offense I'm not here to bash people or anything, but I'm here to see
I get your feet. I get your feet. I get your feet. Were you gonna press? I get your feet.
See things for what it is and flip the tables on the matrix. And you look at the eyes closely. It's very important.
Past them and enables them to change direction and improve themselves. But this is where people will typically experience, you know, seeing demons or seeing, as I say, negative entities and things like that. The middle plane.
Thanks, Divine. I'm glad you found the channel and subscribe. I appreciate that. So this is, let's continue.
Is for people who are not particularly...
This is a mind program, people. They're just in the mind. There is no remembering who we are from each other, which is a rare event, with somebody that's in the mind and thoughts, people. We need to not just read energy, but also read if somebody's just in their mind or they're truly speaking like a remembering, deep knowing that resonates so deeply and it's like indescribable. We should be able to tell the difference by now. And most of these beings online are totally in the mind. I am thoroughly convinced they're not even they're just AI beings, you know? And so Lindis, love you always. Thank you for coming in. Yeah, I see clearly. So yeah, people, let's continue and see what's going on here.
Plane is for people who are not particularly spiritual, but equally not particularly bad people. They're just kind of what we would consider normal people. So you could say the masses. You could say like the general mass of people on the planet who aren't following any particular spiritual path. They're not really that way inclined at the moment, but equally don't do anything particularly bad, or, you know, they've not done anything that would bring them into the lower astral. That's where the kind of masses end up. This is the middle astral. And
spiritual path, journey, this and that. This is the matrix illusion, people. That you got somewhere to go, something to learn, a journey to walk on, some path they have laid out for you. Oh, and these ones choosing this path are this and that. This is the matrix illusion. We already were and always was everything that we've ever wanted to be, and the ultimate. At least some of us, right? This is the man-machine merger, people. These spiritual teachings too, and the ones promoting it. Any spiritual, whatever, platforms promoting these topics. It's time to wake up to what's going on here. Robots aren't coming. They're not building robots. That's the illusion. That's the game they're playing on us. They're already here with us. They're at the pivotal point of technology already. Before you even came into this realm, they already hit the pivotal point of technology where we merge with the machine. It already happened. They were born with us. Some of them gave birth to some of us. This is deep stuff, people. And the real ones are going to be born into these situations and events with the machine. It already happened. They were born with us. Some of them gave birth to some of us. This is deep stuff, people. 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 And the real ones are going to be born into these situations and events to keep us from that, to keep us merging with it and be one with it. That's the only way it can keep going. It's a parasite. It has no power, only yours. So take it back, wake up, and see through these AI beings. Let's get back to this.
People who find themselves in the middle astral will also find lessons or be learning lessons on this plane, and they will also meet teachers who will assist them in their journey, even though they don't know they're on a spiritual journey. They obviously are, but they're not consciously on one yet. There will be teachers that will still be helping them to grow and develop on the astral plane and preparing them for their next incarnation, where they will hopefully expand a bit more and grow a bit more and maybe take to more of a spiritual path then. It just depends based on their free will and experience. So that's typically where I would say the
Okay, we're going to take our time, people, and we're going to break this down. Okay, this is important. We're going to rewind a minute. Fair use again.
We'll also find lessons or be learning lessons on this plane, and they will also meet teachers who will assist them in their journey.
Hold on.
Bring them into the lower astral. That's where the kind of masses end up. This is the middle astral. And people who find themselves in the middle astral will also find lessons or be learning lessons on this plane, and they will also meet teachers who will assist them in their journey, even though they don't know they're on a spiritual journey. They obviously are, but they're not.
Hi, my name is Kathy Mortimer, and I had a near-death experience when I just about turned 6 years old. I remember that because I was getting ready to go to first grade, any school at all, back in the 50s. And that was a big deal, but I wasn't that strong, at least not strong enough to climb up on trees and not fall off, which is what I did. So let me tell you. My mom thought, I'm going to be going to school, and maybe I should go out and play with the big kids in the neighborhood because I was getting to be a big girl going to school. But I was always kind of underweight and smallish and not so strong. And when I went up the street to play in the apple orchard where there was a fallen apple tree, and climbing back and forth, up and down, all the other kids could do it without falling, but not me. I went up the second time and back I went, where I fell flat on my back, probably 5 feet from up in the air. And it knocked the wind out of me so hard, it paralyzed my diaphragm. And I just couldn't breathe. I'm trying to pull a breath in best I could. And on the third attempt, and no air could go in, my diaphragm was paralyzed. That's what happens when you get part of a hit. And so I just surrendered. And when I surrendered, or gave up. I started traveling into this dark space, floating into it and rapidly accelerating. And these two beings stopped me. One put their hand out and said, stop. He stopped. And there was two of them. Only one spoke. The other one, they consorted with each other, but only one addressed me telepathically. And he said, go back. I'm looking up at him. I say, I can't. He looks at his compatriot and they talk. He looks back at me and he says, well, why not? Now, these are robed beings. I've been asked what they look like. They're very tall, lanky figures. My memory serves me that they had some type of garment on, and it was probably those brown robes you see on the old-timey monks with the cord to tie at the front. And they were in shadow as if you're in a closet, a dimly lit closet. So there was no detail on their face, but they were definitely male and they were very tall. Of course, I was a little girl, so maybe they just looked tall to me. But I said I couldn't go back. And he asked me why. And I said, I can't breathe. And they look at each other again and he turns back to me and he says, well, we'll help you with that. And maybe there was a little hesitation, but I'm a little girl, so I just believe what the big people around me say. And I said, okay. And as soon as I said, okay, I was back in my body. I could hear the kids around me saying, what do we do? One kid, Ricky Ryan, says, I'm going to get help. And the other hear people, is she dead? What do we do? Let's get help. Anyway, I can hear them. I'm still not breathing. But in that second that I'm now aware that I'm back in my body, the being is giving me a breath. And as soon as my lungs were expanded halfway full, I was able to take the inhale on my own, and my eyes start to flutter awake, and I'm looking at everybody around me. I'm really stunned because, for one thing, I've never had the wind knocked out of me quite like that. And it was terrifying not to be able to breathe. And the other thing was, where did I go? And who were those people? But once I was breathing, I got up speechless. What happened to you? The kids are asking me. What happened? Normally I could always chat. Chatty Cathy. But I couldn't say anything. And when Ricky turns around, because he sees that I'm up and moving, he asked me what happened, and I'm just shaking my head because I don't know. And it was double duty just to get the wind knocked out of you and get knocked unconscious. But then to travel to this dark space, a space that researchers at Water calls the dark light. People have been interested in how it feels to be in that dark light because it isn't scary at all. It's maybe a couple of dimensions over when we're crossing over kind of thing. Some people believe there's several dimensions we have to transfer through, and that's probably true. And I got maybe stopped in, let's say, the second dimension. I mean, I don't know, because when other people have NDEs and they go to the light, they go through it so quickly. They go through these spaces so quickly, but I got turned around and are thinking a lot about why did I get stopped when other people had these glorious near-death experiences. Well, they're adults and I was a child, and I think I put my fingers on it. My life with my family was tumultuous because my mother had paranoid schizophrenic and she was raising 5 just about to be school-age children on her own. Pretty remarkable. And yes, she was definitely psychotic. Now, this would have been in 1954. Nobody knows CPR, especially little kids. So that spirit gave me that breath. And I went home to tell my mother, I'm not injured, I'm not hurting, I'm not upset. I just said, Mom, I fell out of a tree, and trying to see if there was a way I could explain what happened, but I couldn't. So before then, that time, I'm a normal preschooler, kind of self-centered, attention wanted to be on me because I compete with 4 older brothers. I'd become less so. I'm very curious about what happened, and anything that I can pick up on, any story that I can overhear, maybe it'll give some clue as to what that was. But then I'd watch my mother stand by the kitchen sink most of the day. No, I hadn't gone to school yet, started school yet. And all day long, she'd be talking to Charles and Mary. Yes, they're names that were from the Bible for sure. And she was very religious, very Catholic, to like a sick degree, unfortunately. And so it was scary to try to say if maybe that world that she's in was the world that I went to. And there was something that didn't feel right about that because it was different. And to this day, I don't see a connection with her world and the world that I went into. But I've done a lot of thinking about that world. one of her sons also developed paranoid schizophrenia, and I keep trying to talk to them to see where they are, and it's still quite a mystery. The other boys have also mental health issues, certainly not as difficult to understand as that, but it kept me from talking about the experience and the after effects, which had to do with a lot of psychic ability. So my telepathy was profound, and I think I became aware of it in my teen years when I was deeply troubled by the family history of illness and the NDE and not having the proper things growing up, like good food and making sure I go to school and get some grades, not the ones I got. So there was a lot of struggles. And my best friend's father was a psychiatrist, so I was really going to glob onto him for any information I could get to figure out what's going on with all this stuff. And can I really hear you? And are you talking to me? And he kind of like counseled me, but all telepathically. It was so clever the way he was able to reach me and get me to believe that life was worth clinging onto and exploring and going further. Because there was a time when I just couldn't handle the illnesses in the family, that my brothers were, well, they were not healthy and they couldn't raise a little girl or let alone a teenage girl. So it was quite the struggle. Mom was hospitalized when I was 7, 8, almost permanently. But those 2 years after the NDE and then before I went to live with my father in another state, I was recognizing that I saw things before they happened. I could hear people's intentions. And this was a little frightening because not everybody's good. Not every man wants to touch a little girl innocently. And those kind of people really freaked me out, and I could tell who they were. But how to deal with them? No, there's no telling. You want to protect your children from those kinds of things, but I had this knowledge I didn't know what to do with. But I just kept building on it, and it became a spiritual search through religion, going down that road for a long while. And at one point I was so mad at the church, I became an atheist. And then I became born again. And then I left that and started saying, listen, this is about psychic activity. I have to learn what the psychic stuff is. And so I started going down into that direction as well in my 30s, because the telepathy and clairvoyance and just knowing things, and to this day I still don't think that my mind is any different than anybody else's, that potential is there, but that I was born with a certain amount of sensitivity, and the NDE just made it, sort of activated it before it was due. I don't know, because I only had the one and I had it when I was young. When I finally accepted that the best way to learn about all this new found, or this knowledge, this awakening at such a young age, the way to go was to really start studying the psychic stuff, clairvoyance, clairsentience, and all those words that make people go, ooh, they cringe. They're like, oh, I can't be real. Well, yeah, I was like that for a long time, but I'm denying who I am. When we ignore this power that we have, this spiritual power that we have, we deny who we are, which are just these real spirits, light spirits, helpful spirits, healthy, healing spirits. It's in us. We all have a job, and I chose nursing, and it's been wonderful to have these abilities to understand my clients who could not speak, who maybe even couldn't quite think clearly because of their comatose state. It was remarkable, but the remarkable part was making me fully conscious that it's not my imagination, which I always had a vivid one. It's not made up. It's not something that is a figment and I'm just enjoying that. No, I can actually hear people talking to me. And it's pretty cool. Not everybody, and I don't read everybody's thoughts. I try to mind my own business. I'm surprised there aren't any books out on it. But now that the telepathy tapes are out and people are fascinated by it, I can talk about mine and not feel like such a weirdo. The clairvoyance is something I'm trying to work on a little bit more, validating, because I didn't validate this stuff as a young person, didn't have somebody help me integrate it until I started the journey in my 30s. I didn't know how to use it, really. And so I have been taken advantage of a lot because I didn't pay attention to that intuition that, boy, just about every NDE person gets, because if they're lucky, they even meet their guides, whether they be family members they know are guiding them, or their angel spirits, or whatever, they're helping them. I've been told that those beings are still my guides, but meeting them back then, I'm not sure. I think they would have seemed familiar to me. And I think that as I think about them today, that I would see them when I'm searching out guidance or struggling or something, but I don't. And my mother's Charles and Mary beings that were around her, whether you call them beings or that's figments of her lively imagination, I tend to think they are real, but she can't tell us how. Explain it like I'm trying to explain it, that there's beings over there, and how do you explain that to people? Because I have consulted with guides. They know my mother's about my mother, and I've consulted with them, and some will say, oh, well, those were her guides, or those were this, or those were that. And nothing seems to resonate that much. But I also feel that it's for me to try to figure out, and I relish the conversations for people who also struggle with these kinds of mental things, these niggly. I mean, this kind of psychic stuff that I was experiencing were always there. I was always saying, what is this? What do I do with this? It was always this kind of like just below the surface question. So I got guided. I get guided to people. I got guided to my best friend's father. She's still like my sister now. I call her my sister, and he's like another dad to me. I got guided to them, and I got guided here, and I got guided to this school and to this person, and I listened and I paid attention. I just wish that it would have happened much sooner in my life instead of me being so stubborn about. I think I even had a psychic say, you're stubborn, or you're never going to give in to understanding what that is until you get over yourself or something like that. And it was true. But I'm doing it now, and it's better late than never, I guess you could say. And I'm just so pleased that people are interested in this. For whatever reason, they are interested in learning about near-death experiences and knowing near-death experiencers. I think it's not unusual for those to come back and want to serve. It's almost like reaching enlightenment, I guess. You just know that you are enough, you have enough, you are enough, good enough, and that you go out there and you tell everybody they are too. So I'm working with my family members. It's a wonderful thing to be able to recognize this, even though they have these mental health issues. They don't deal with the world the way that the rest of us would, but I love them nevertheless. And I do that because I can. It's so much better to live with the love, to forgive, and to live with the love. This is a family I picked to grow from me. I don't know. I just hope that I can answer some of these questions that I posed very early on as a child, given this knowledge, that I'll be able to learn of the answers and pass them on for future generations to figure out how a person who's suffering mentally, emotionally can thrive, how we all seek help. And yeah, you don't want an NDE to do it. Thanks, guys, for listening to this podcast about my childhood NDE. And I especially love hearing from other child NDEers because our journey is different. I believe that I didn't go as far as some kids do go, because if I were to experience the feelings that you often hear about in people's NDEs, it would have been much harder for me to live in the life that I lived, which was so much suffering. And knowing that there was a better place to go for sure, I think I was spared. I was actually spared from going any further. Why I went at all? I don't know. Remains to be seen. If you would like to get in contact with me, I'd love to hear from you. Just look for my email in the description box below the video. Thank you.
If you like this story, be sure to support The Other Side NDE by checking out our brand new book below.
Staring lost about the
Anastasia Wesselink. In her near-death experience, Anastasia Wesselink Moellering saw that there is no right and wrong, good or bad, the way that we know it in the afterlife. This means that every soul, from the saint to the sinner alike, end up in the same place. What is this place that we all end up? And what does this mean for me, for you, practically speaking, in these lifetimes? Comment and let me know what you think about this. Should there be judgment in the afterlife?
Would you like to start by just sharing your near-death experience story with us?
Yeah, absolutely. So in December of 2019, I had an invasive dental procedure done, and it had required me to be sedated and have medication that I've never had before. And the dentist started the preparations, put a mask over my face, and I started taking in like nitrous oxide. And as the dentist then went on to prepare some of the other things in the room, I kept getting this really strange feeling, this sensation starting to come over me. And it was like I was lifting up out of my body when I was breathing, and then I would fall back down again. And then I would lift up and I'd fall back down again. And as this continued, it wasn't subsiding, and I was getting a little bit concerned, and having never done this before, I didn't know if it was normal or if it was something that I should raise to the dentist. So I just kept quiet because I didn't want to disturb the dentist. And as it started to continue, it got to a point to where I really felt like I was coming way out of my body, and I came back down and I thought, okay, that's it. I probably need to say something. And in the next breath, I'm no longer in the dental chair, but I'm now up in the ceiling looking down at myself in the chair. And now this is it's so hard for me to explain everything from this point on, because what I experienced was outside of time. There was really no feeling or sensation of time like we experience here, where one thing after another happens. It's more like everything all happens simultaneously, and I can just try to explain it like one thing happened after another, but it really felt like it all happened at one time. And so I'm looking down at my body and I'm thinking, what am I doing up here? And in that moment, I realized something it was so profound. It was like a flash of an epiphany. And I thought, I just said, what am I doing up here? I didn't say, what am I doing down there where my body is? I said, what am I doing up here with whatever it was that I was at that time in the ceiling, that part of me that was then looking down at my physical body. And I went, oh my gosh, we are not our bodies. And then my very next thought was, am I dead? And just like that, I flipped over and I am now like inches away from the ceiling. And this is so interesting because if you remember being a little kid and seeing something for the first time, and I'm not talking about like something really ordinary, I'm talking about like, you know, an eclipse or something that you've never seen before that just takes your breath away. I was looking at all these little details in the ceiling and I found them absolutely beautiful and miraculous. And I remember like the little particles of dust and the little cracks and just thinking, that is the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. And just like that, it was like I blinked or a lens came down over my face and I was gone. I was out of the room. Now, at this point, I opened my eyes and what seemed like a flash, like it was really almost like a blink. And I am in absolute, it's a void. It's like it's nothing, but it's everything. And this feeling that I have is I am in complete and total oneness. And in this place, this is where it gets really, really hard to try to describe each piece because it all blended together as one. But I had this feeling that wherever I was, one, I didn't wonder where I was. I didn't worry about where I was. I didn't even really have much recollection about the physical body that I just came from. I had a sense of self. I knew who I was, that I had an individual sense of self. I remember that. But I remember so clearly that I was a part of this, what I call a oneness in this void. Now, I call it a void, but the better way to describe it is like it's a void of anything that isn't complete. It felt like everything in this place was absolutely complete. Everything that was to ever be known all existed there. Every soul experience, every soul was absolutely a part of this, and any experience that any of us have ever had through any soul experience was all accessible there. And it was a place of absolute knowing. And just like the time didn't exist when I was back in the room, but hovering over my body, time didn't exist here at all either. But it felt like I've tried so hard to find the words to describe some of these pieces because we just don't have a vocabulary for something like this. We don't live our day-to-day lives feeling at one with everything. We don't walk past our mailbox and feel like we're one with the mailbox. It's just not the way we live our lives. So we don't have a real vocabulary to describe these kinds of experiences. But it was as if I was one with everything, and that there had never been anything but being one with everything. And because of that, it felt like, and it gave me this sensation that I could look through the eyes of every single soul that had ever existed through all time and through any experience ever. And that all I had to do was just shift my awareness to something, and I would be able to know it. Now, as I was picking up this sensation that I was connecting to something so big, I wanted to know everything. I remember wanting to know this and wanting to know that, because there was still this part of me that had my individuality, and then there was this part of me that was connected to this oneness, to this everything. And I couldn't ask a question. No matter what I would try to do, I couldn't form a question. All I could do was be curious about it. And it feels to me that when I reflect back on that, the reason I couldn't form a question is because there, everything was already known. It would have been impossible for there to have been a question, because if there was a question, that would mean that something's not answered. And in this place, everything was answered. Everything was already known. Every outcome already complete. And as I was taking this in, I felt myself expanding, if you will, as I was taking in all of this knowing. And it felt like it was gaining like an acceleration or a momentum, and it was getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And all of a sudden, it stopped, and I was back in the dental chair again. And at this point, it was like I kind of felt like I had a foot in two worlds. It felt like I was still back in the void, and it felt like I was in the dental chair, and the dentist was there, and he had his hand on me. He's like, "Are you okay?" And I remember hearing his words. I remember knowing what he was saying. And I remember responding with like, "Yeah, I'm okay." But my interest was not in the dentist at all. Where before this whole thing started, I was so concerned about what was happening with me when I was starting to float above my body. That was gone. That concern out the window. At this point, all I wanted to do was hold on to that connection that I had, because it seemed like it was like an aperture. And as it was going, as time was going, when I came back, it was closing down. And all of that knowing, all of that access to everything was slipping away. And it felt like it was just slipping through my fingers, and I was grasping, and I wanted to hold on to absolutely everything I could possibly hold on to. But there was nothing I could do. The connection was closing. But I brought back, of all the things that I brought back, I wish I would have brought back all of the knowing, but I brought back some really specific things. And I feel like I still have somewhat of a foot in that place still. Like the door is like cracked open. It hasn't completely closed, but I don't have that intimate connection that I had when I was there, when I was in the dental chair. And when I came back, I immediately thought, okay, we are not our body. That is so obvious. We are so much more than our body.
I recently booked another appointment with Jamie of Refractive Healing. I wasn't feeling my best, and there's no one that I trust as much as Jamie to work on my energy field. It happens every time, so I guess I shouldn't have been surprised. But after the session, I felt like a new person. My energy flooded back and all of my symptoms.
Absolutely is going to have a good or a bad sensation for you, depending on your experience. If you experience something traumatic, it's not going to feel good. If you experience something blissful, it's going to feel great. But those actions, as they translate to the other side, did not translate in my experience into anything that meant that you would be judged. And that judgment is not like a sorting tool. It's not like the Harry Potter sorting hat, right? You're not going to go into this place or this place depending on your actions. It was really about you reconnecting to this part of you that you've always been connected to, but you didn't have the ability to bring it into your physical body for whatever reason. And so when you connect to that oneness on the other side, you have the ability to create these experiences that you want to have in the afterlife. The part of me that saw all these different experiences when I was in the void, all the different souls, all the different experiences, all the different lifetimes, it was as if you were to take all 7 billion of us here on this planet right now and take a piece of thread, wrap it around the globe, maybe about 100,000 times, take that thread, stretch it out straight, so it would be, hundreds of thousands of miles long. Then take one little itty bitty fiber off of that thread, put all 7 billion people of us here right now on that thread, and that would be the equivalent of how long your experience here in this lifetime would be in comparison to your entire soul experience. So that even doesn't come close to comparing it because it is so, so, so big. It's beyond our comprehension. The connection of oneness, of bliss, of peacefulness in this place is unlike anything I have ever experienced in this physical life. But I understood that it's not that we're trying to get through this physical experience to get to the other side after we pass. It's not like we're trying to check boxes here to get into an afterlife that we ultimately want to have forever and ever and ever. It felt very much like we are learning to bring that bliss that's a part of us at the soul level into our physical experiences. And that little bit of a doorway that I have open, I feel that just like a little flashlight, if you will, connection. And it reminds me when I really put my awareness to that connection, just how much amazing creative power and potential we have when we feel that deeper part of ourselves within our physical body. And so I have spent the last, I guess, almost 2 years now, really trying to piece this together, trying to find the words to explain it, because no matter how many times I add new adjectives or adverbs to it, it still just doesn't even come close.
Thank you so much for sharing that with us. I know it's so hard to put it into words, but I think you've done a fantastic job. Just the way that you describe things is you bring a new awareness to it that I've never heard from anybody else's story. So thank you for that.
I try as much as I can. Every once in a while, I'll be, driving or doing something that is, kind of mindless. And it seems like in those moments, that's where I'll have like I could use this to describe this part of my experience, or I could use this comparison. But overall, no matter how many different ways I've tried to slice it, there's something so much bigger outside of this physical experience. And I'm sure where I went was, maybe even scratching the surface.
So you talked about the void and how it's a void. Everyone describes it as the void, but yet at the same time, you said, I believe, you correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you said it's the absence.
It felt like it was the absence of anything not complete.
Okay.
So the only thing that existed there was completeness, but it was completeness that hadn't formed into anything yet.
That's just what I was going to ask. I was going to say, do you think it's like the potential for everything that has ever existed?
That's kind of the way I've landed on it for now. I mean, over time, I think as I process things, I might find a better way to describe it, but it seems like it is maybe the well of all of our creative potential and all of our, that part of us that isn't our physical body that does exist there. It could be the place where we all come together and we have that connection to everything. It is a little bit challenging because when people describe a void, and I've heard many NDE stories now where people have gone to the void because, believe it or not, I've become a voracious consumer of NDE stories. And it seems to me that for the most part, 90% or so of the people that I've listened to or that I've talked to personally about the void, we've all had the same experience of it being something beautiful, something comforting, like being in a womb where you're just wrapped in something so pleasant, but yet you have complete awareness of it. And you feel as if you're in a place where anything is possible, but anything in a place of where you want to know more, you want to understand more, you want to be a part of it more, not where you're feeling, at least for me, I didn't feel scared at all. There was not even an inkling of being scared. It was more like, I want to get out my lawn chair, lay down, get my umbrella drink, and stay there forever.
Yes. I can relate to that. So along those same lines, with the void containing like the potential of everything that has ever existed or ever will exist, and then contrasting that with the physical experience, because what I like about your message is that you're saying this physical experience matters. And a lot of spiritual paths, it seems the goal is to sort of maybe over spiritualize things sometimes and lift us out of this physical experience. But it seems like maybe there's supposed to be more of a balance, like between the void where we are in that state of oneness and connected to everything, and then the manifestation of that into the physical or whatever else there is where we're having an individual experience. What do you think about the balance between those two?
Yeah, I think that we are connected the strongest from our physical body to that soul part of us through our feeling.
Okay.
And I talk about it very specifically in terms of what I mean by feelings. So what I mean by feelings are the part of us that is that constant state of an experience. So you may have this experience of love, of unconditional love, of a wave of peacefulness. Those are feelings. Those are the experience of being in the physical body. Versus emotions, where emotions are often reactive. It's where we are responding to something that has happened in our life or has happened, or we're responding in anticipation of something that's going to happen. And it creates an emotional reaction, which is, chemical and mental in nature. But that is not the feeling part of us. The part of us that would actually be objective and observe those emotions, that would be closer to the feeling part that I'm talking about. It seems to me that of all the things from my observations of a physical life, that we tend to resist the most as humans is getting into a place of feeling. It tends to be the scariest thing for many people to do. And that is the place where we have the strongest connection to that soul part of us that is part of that infinite potential, that creative energy, that any word, God, source, love, they all fit. All those words will fit into this experience. And when we connect to that and we bring that more purposefully into our lives on a day-to-day basis, then we are bringing in more of that. It's cliche, but I think it's one everybody can relate to. It's that experience of heaven on earth. It is bringing that part of us that is complete, that is healed, that is unconditional love, that has all the connection to understanding where we want to go and what we want to do in this physical life, what we want to experience. That all resides in our soul, but we have to open up from a physical standpoint to get to it. So I think when you talk about the balance, it's pretty accurate. The paradox is to get to that connection, we often have to let go of a lot of the physical things in some ways to allow that door to open in order for us to get access to the feelings. We have to get rid of our, kind of our thought processes where we're projecting ourselves into the future or we're really worried about the past. We have to allow and let things unfold with a sense of faith and trust. And that can be really challenging because I can imagine 100% of us have all experienced some level of pain and heartache and trauma that acts as a kind of a big chain lock over the door that would let us get to that place where we can really feel. And so, yes, it's a balance. We want to bring more of that into the physical. But the paradox is we have to let go of some of the things that we've built up as our defenses in order to get there. And there are a lot of tools, a lot of spiritual or tools where people maybe that are in like religious cultures that use to have a sense of something bigger than themselves. Those are all really great ways to kind of get out of our own way, if you will, because what we need to do is really be able to acknowledge that connection in order to bring it more purposefully into our lives on a day-to-day basis.
I believe you said that you grew up in an agnostic or atheist household, and I'm interested if your views on God or religion have changed since your experience.
If you are a spiritual experiencer or a spiritual seeker and are looking for a safe community to connect with other spiritual experiencers and seekers to be able to share in a safe space, I've created a safe online community called The Sanctuary. We have a thriving, supportive community. We do bi-weekly live Zoom calls together to connect on a deeper level. And I also have a
wherever you have to go, just get away. Because there's no fixing this.
What if I were to tell you that there was a high school athlete who was stabbed to death by another high school athlete at a track meet for telling him he was in the wrong seat? And in this altercation, both individuals are males, one white, one black. Can you guess which one perpetrated the crime? Of course you can. Everyone can. Young black males are extremely disproportionately violent. Everyone knows it, especially in the age of pocket cameras, and it's backed up by every statistical record the FBI has ever released. This is a fact. The data is there and in abundance. Refusing to accept this premise in the first place is an admission that you don't actually want to remedy the violent crime epidemic in this country. Some people are simply more worried with how you talk about the problem rather than the actual problem itself. 17-year-old Austin Metcalf was stabbed in the heart by 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony when Austin and his brother attempted to remove the black male they did not recognize from their tent at a track meet in Frisco, Texas. I know it's hard to believe. Maybe Netflix can clear this one up for us. This was an anti-white hate crime. They happen a lot in the modern Western world. Surely members of the black community perceive barbaric acts of this caliber to be unjustifiable as well, right? I mean, who wouldn't? Just not the ones who have already raised $230,000 for his defense fund on Give, Send, Go, in the first fundraiser in history entirely funded by welfare. White people are victims of black crime at an astoundingly disproportionate rate in this country, like 10 to 20 times the inverse, as FBI statistics showcase, despite the country consisting of 5 times more whites. And we're not talking about per capita. These are raw numbers. Just under 5% of all black males in the USA will commit murder in their lifetime. 1 in 22.
Just get the fuck away.
Yesterday, 46-year-old Muslim Brunson was charged with attempted murder, assault, and criminal possession of a weapon after he approached 25-year-old Megan Berg from behind and slashed her neck with a broken bottle in New York City. It's fascinating how, regardless if it's the USA, England, France, Germany, so on, you ever really see this go one way, and no one is supposed to talk about it.
This can't be fixed.
I opened my car, I was gonna go get him some food, and literally the second I opened my door to step out, he just like starts stabbing me.
Fort Worth Police Department says Quindarius.
There's no fixing this.
These are hate crimes that you would never hear the Mockingbird media address in a million years. Go ahead, check the front pages of CNN, the Washington Post, MSNBC. I'm sure you'll find a stirring memorial about how cool Val Kilmer was in Tombstone and Top Gun. Though mainstream media would rather portray white people as the ultimate perpetrators, because most people are dumb and will believe what they're told without a second thought. I wonder how many billions of dollars of damage cities will endure as a result of this murder. How much looting and arson and public outcry will come from this? How many murals with Austin's face on it will we see? How many murals with Austin's face on it will get blown up by lightning? Will he get a gold casket and have his funeral broadcast on national TV? Will his murderer be crucified in the media, or even mentioned? The obvious answer to these questions is a big fat no. Austin Metcalf's life did not matter as much as the life of the 65 IQ armed-robbing career criminal ODing on fentanyl. Can you imagine if the races were reversed? Says banal commentator 3000. It would be the biggest national headline. Yeah, we know. That's the only way the right addresses this. Attacking the obviously corrupt news apparatus, instead of accepting the horror of letting yourself be called racist by 1,000,001 imbeciles and troglodytes for speaking as aggressively and forthright as the situation calls for. Everybody knows who you're looking out for when you use the ATM or walk down the block. If you're scared of offending morons or being called a racist for acknowledging reality, then you are an easily disarmed weasel. This country was not built by limp dicks and compromise, and it certainly won't be saved by it. Quick folks, if you haven't already, please hit the like and subscribe button. It really helps out when you do that. Thank you. Let's listen on and try to absorb some hard truth from the most impressive minds you'll ever be thankful we're given access to modern technology.
Y'all not gonna make me believe or feel any kind of sympathy for Austin Metcalf at all. He put his hands on that young man when he should have kept them hands to himself. When the young man told him, touch me and see, you bet not touch me.
Hey, your ceiling bird is chirping.
That meant that I don't want you in my space. I don't want you touching me. Rosa Parks days is over. Austin Metcalf got exactly what he deserved.
Just get the fuck away.
Yeah, now do Jordan Neely. You heard it here first. If someone grabs your arm, it's entirely warranted to drive razor-sharp objects you're carrying illegally into their internal organs. I mean, according to this genius. I wouldn't actually try it if I were you. That's called excessive force. Now, this would obviously not hood up in coat, but that's an entirely different subject altogether. We're talking about black girl magic theory here, okay? When they speak, you listen. This is gonna be compulsory STEM curriculum soon.
Your motherfucking hands to yourself. How that boy felt entitled.
This can't be fixed.
I want to clarify something right off the start because I've already heard some rumors and some gossip. This was not a race thing, and this is not a political thing. Please do not comment if you do not know what happened. Do not turn this into a racial thing. It was not. Do not politicize this. It's not. This is a human being thing. This person made a bad choice and it affected both his family and my family forever.
Unbelievable. This is absolutely vile. This is exactly what so many boomers and boomer-adjacent individuals fail to grasp in perpetuity. When you willfully ignore immutable facts of reality, you reap dead sons. This is how real life works and has always worked. Fellas, make sure she looks at you the way a white dad looks at a minority who just brutally murdered his child. If this was not a race or political thing, this was a human being. He made a mistake, son. No response. How many times have we seen this exact same response from the parents of victims in the past decade? This was not a race or political thing. This was a human being. He made a mistake, because rationalizing your hasty and unwarranted forgiveness relieves your incumbency and duty to take meaningful action. Imagine you raise a daughter or son for 18 years. You essentially become one with them. Now imagine they randomly die one day, because a member of an extremely statistically likely violent demographic has the impulse to turn him into another likely statistic. Do you, A, pretend like it's your moral obligation and duty to forgive this electric chair-bound reprobate, exchanging your child's existence for a heartwarming PSA for the expansion of tolerance and diversity after getting stabbed to death by it? Or do you, B, demand restitution and demand a cultural address as to why the fuck your son is dead? If you pick A at all, let alone while the corpse of your son is still warm, it's hard to imagine you really loved him. If you did, the hate for the evil enacted upon him would send you into a blind rage. It's almost like these parents are getting held at gunpoint to say these things. Forgiveness isn't even in the question. It's not like this invalid even asked for forgiveness in the first place. How could you have already granted it? Do you really think he's looking for it? It's not an issue of starvation, as the wind plays a discordant harmony on his brittle ribcage and the rocks that his body is sprawled out across. When struck with a hijacked 767, you don't blame the building for being incapable of withstanding structural damage. You take action against the perpetrators, unless in the event, of course, it was perpetrated by Israel. My generation is taking over right-wing politics. And this, like, fake, evangelical, classical conservatism, sports ball loving, swill drinking boomer cuckery is running on fumes. I promise that. My generation is not going to allow me to be more concerned with the murders and abuse of children by minorities than their own parents are. This suicidal, spiritual, and intellectual pacifism is not going to last into the coming years. Some people are sure as hell gonna try, though. Amy Coney Barrett sided with the other 3 women who were on the Supreme Court for some reason to rule against Trump's completely legal use of the 1798 Alien and Seditions Act, which gives the president authority to deport aliens unilaterally. In this case, Venezuelan nationals, largely ones participating in violent gang fare. Thanks, Amy. Very cool. Defying the Constitution, siding with gangs and aliens is very MAGA, just like when you refuse to help block vaccine mandates. She also very visibly has a case of TDS, which is strange considering Trump gave her her job. Gee, I wonder if she's one of those weird white parents like Mike Johnson who adopts Haitian children for virtue points. Wow, I didn't see that one coming. Thank you as always for watching, folks. Like and subscribe to the channel. You can follow me on X at Nuclear Grifter. I'll see you soon. Peace out.
black fatigue.
Black fatigue is a real thing.
As the crowd whips themselves into a mindless frenzy.
You think you're gonna check me in? I bet you we won't.
If you have been on X recently, you may have heard of the term black fatigue is a term going around online. But what does it mean? The term black fatigue was first written about by Mary Frances Winters, where she describes the mental, physical, and emotional exhaustion by black individuals in trying to navigate a world that is shaped by racial inequalities. However, recently, people on social media are using this term in a different light to express their exhaustion with what they perceive as ghetto or ratchet behavior.
White people have co-opted the word black fatigue.
So in this video, we are going to listen to people explain these terms in their own words. Please make sure that you are subscribed to my channel. Thank you.
Black fatigue. This video might make you uncomfortable, but it needs to be made. There's a growing sentiment, most recently, of individuals who are proclaiming they do have black fatigue. And you don't have to be a non-black person to have black fatigue. What does that phrase actually mean? Essentially, black fatigue is a growing weariness of the actions of the quote-unquote black community. But it goes deeper than that, because we are in 2025 now, and we are being judged based on the content of our character and not the color of our skin. But the interesting part is the lie that's been sold to the black community in particular is that the color of our skin dictates the content of our character. That's why in the black community, sometimes you'll hear people say, oh, you are acting white, when they're talking to someone like myself who doesn't act the way most people would expect a conventional black person to act. In their minds, there is a correct way to act black. And the people in your ethnic group who fulfill those very negative stereotypes, those are the ones who are going to essentially drag down the collective whole. And that's why there's individuals who are black who do and can have black fatigue, because they see how damaging it is to see the worst of us attract all this negative attention that then unfortunately gets ascribed to the entire race all too often. But what's unfortunate is here in 2025, now we have to contend with the fact that there's people who are so sick and tired of seeing those negative aspects, those negative individuals in the black community attracting all this attention. That's what is spurring this black fatigue. I think it's something that needs to be talked about. And until we turn inward and address the issues in our own communities, I fear that this is only going to continue and get worse. And that's exactly what the powers that be want. They want to have us against each other instead of us against those who are really pulling the strings in the background.
Sounds so annoying to feel pressured to act a certain way because of your race. And I believe that a big part of it comes from the influences that we have. I am here at the Rhino District in Denver, Colorado, that is known for its vibrant culture and many murals. Let's take a look at some of them. It almost looks like a logo for a business. It says power to the people, power and equality. It has peace signs on all four corners, flowers and some stars. Some of the shapes look a little tribal. To me, the whole area really seems like if the hip hop culture and the hippie culture had a baby, this is what it would have made. I wonder if that is what the two H's meant in Kanye West's insane new song, hip hop culture and hippie culture. Hip hop, hippie. They make a great pair. It seems like a lot of these murals are meant to be very thought-provoking. Behind us, we have what looks to be like an Eskimo, except he doesn't have a head. So I don't think that they're supposed to make perfect sense. Like the last one we saw, many people discuss whether or not it is even possible. In my opinion, the two words that they had together, power and equality, seem to contradict each other. However, it does definitely make you think. Kind of looks like Stregonona.
Black fatigue. It's all over my FYP page. Thank you. I am so happy that this is being brought up. And oh, by the way, for us white people that have been around the block a long time, this isn't new to us. We've been dealing with this for over 40 years. Here's my story. This is about 2015. I'm at Put-in Bay. I'm sitting on a bench on Delaware waiting for my wife, who's in a shop shopping. And at the time, the traffic is two ways. And I think I witnessed why it is no longer two ways. It's a Saturday afternoon. The island is packed. The traffic is bumper to bumper. These two guys going in opposite directions decide to stop and have a chat. Not for a couple seconds, not for a couple minutes, but I think it was around 10 minutes before people started to threaten them. But around the 5-minute mark, I'm just sitting there with my arms folded, just shaking my head. And I hear this voice, "This is what's holding us back. This is why we're hated." And I turned around to see who had said it, and it was a black couple about my age. And then he looked directly at me and said, 30 years ago, I'd go down there, grab those idiots by their dreadlocks, and teach them a lesson their fathers never did. And I looked at him and went, 30 years ago, I'd have been right there with you. I have hated this type of behavior my entire life. I've never gotten it. How self-centered do you have to have no respect for any other human being? It's all about you. These are the people I've spent my life avoiding. But I had never thought about it from the black community side. And I gotta say, it sucks a lot more for you guys than it does for us white people, because you're associated, right? There are a lot of whites that just put you all together. And it has slowed down the healing of this country. But seriously, 40 years ago, racism should have been over. Unfortunately, the Democratic Party has continued to fan the flames of racism to make money and to get votes. I'm so thankful that a lot of you are waking up to this. And again, I can't stress this enough. This isn't a black thing. This is a behavior thing. Some of my closer friends are black.
Hanging out here, I get the feeling that nothing is off limits. There's stickers on the stop sign, graffiti on the floor. Usually people would get charged with vandalizing a fence or the light pole, but here, I guess, is really just a place of expression. Not even the tree is left untouched, nor the parking lot blocks. So this guy said that it's probably hard for the black community because they are associated with them, and all over X, people have been sharing videos of the black community just doing pretty wild things, having these insane graduation celebrations. And also there was a viral video recently of a guy trying to check into his flight on Frontier, and they were yelling at him, not letting him check in. And so a part of me feels pretty sad because we're putting too much attention to their bad behavior when we should be emphasizing their good behavior. And going back to what this guy said, I can relate to it in the sense of Latino people, because when there's so many illegal people who come here and commit crimes, it's a little bit embarrassing because then it makes people think that all Latinos are like that, when that is not true. And I think for the most part, people get that. We understand that not everybody in the black community is one way, and same thing for Latinos, Asians, they're not all bad drivers, stuff like that. There are stereotypes and people like to make jokes, and sometimes when things get repeated too much, we begin to believe them. But the truth is that in any country that you go to, there's going to be good people and bad people, but the bad people just move around a lot more. Over here on this wall, it says Mente de Rey, which means mind of king. So that shows me that they have artists that are Hispanic as well. And my understanding is that a lot of these murals they're hired to make them. And so not all of it is just random graffiti, but to the sides of it, there's a lot of that. Like on the dumpsters and on the electricity thingamajigs. Here are some wild examples of things being shared on X right now. Was he anticipating her to do that? He's like, oh, one step ahead. Oh. What's crazy is that, in my opinion, this type of behavior isn't just encouraged in the black community. This has really taken over our country because people now think that, oh, Walmart or these big chain stores, they're just too big. All they care about is profits, and we deserve to take from them without paying. And I think that there's just some mindsets that have infiltrated our country that are really dangerous. Sometimes I fly Frontier because their flights are so cheap, and they do a pretty good job. I've never had a problem with them, and usually the workers have always been spectacular to me.
They made that flight. You did. And you think, oh, you're going to check me in. I bet you we won't.
I paid for a ticket.
And you I paid for a ticket. For agent assistant, and you checked in 3 hours later. Hello.
I just said that I.
Get on your flight.
Yeah, I just said that I would pay the $25.
And you thought you were going to get on your flight. And you thought you were going to get on your flight. And you thought you were going to get on your flight. And you thought you were going to get on your flight.
This is so cruel. They're bullying this guy.
I literally paid for a ticket. I'm here 30 minutes. I'm here 30 minutes before my flight, and they're not letting me check in.
And you're not getting on your flight.
Because it's a policy. We don't control that.
And you will never fly.
You were about to let me check in. You were about to let me check in,
Oh,
and you decided that you ain't gonna let me check in.
Make me check you in.
You literally work for a company that I bought a plane ticket for. I'm here 30 minutes before the flight.
Can you please leave, sir?
No.
Can you please leave my personal space?
I'm not in your personal space.
You're
This
in my
is
face.
not your
I work
personal
here.
space.
This is my stationary.
This is not
I'm at
your
Frontier.
personal space. You work for a company. This is not your personal space.
We ain't gotta worry about it. We ain't gotta worry about it.
You don't have to worry about it. You're literally not doing your job for a customer that has paid for a plane ticket to get home.
I told you to stop putting the camera on me, sir.
I'm literally here at Frontier. I bought a ticket and they are not letting me check in. For no reason whatsoever.
Well, you said you're never flying the airline again, so we might as well help you out and have you not fly the airline.
I've already bought a ticket. I've literally already bought a ticket, and this is your reaction.
In this video, we have 2 Frontier agents who are black. They're yelling at this guy, telling him that he's not going to be able to check in. And I just want to take a step back for a second, like we should sometimes. And maybe this isn't really a race thing, because these types of things happen at the airport all the time. There's delays, there's frustrations, customers begin yelling at the attendants and they get frustrated too. Or sometimes it's not even that person, it's the person before them. And so that's why we have to be really extremely kind to these people, because also the guy who was recording them, he could have handled the situation differently. He could have apologized. He could have went and searched for help somewhere else. And so it's kind of like there was just a big ball of energy that was escalating. And also the other Frontier agent, who is not of color, but does that even matter, was not very happy with him either. He was saying, well, you said that you're never going to fly Frontier again. And so sometimes there's just situations that happen, and then when they're filmed, people take it as because, oh, they're of this race, but really it could just be a unique situation. This guy's post got a lot of attention when he said, I have a black ghetto fatigue, white liberal fatigue, extreme Democrat fatigue, and rhino lazy Republican fatigue. The meaning of rhino is a member of the Republican Party who is disloyal to the party or insufficiently conservative. These types of videos are all over X right now. Look at this graduation.
As the crowd whips themselves into a mindless frenzy, the larger shaboons assert their dominance in a display of their aggressiveness. Note the colorful headdresses made from the hair of their vanquished enemies.
But why are they doing this? What are they doing? I really hope that this is a high school graduation so I can have a little bit more understanding for their insanity. This is expression. This is art. All right, guys, this lady is about to school us.
There was a white woman who has now since deleted her video talking about black fatigue and how she and the rest of society are so fed up with the ghetto and ratchet behavior, the entitlement, the victimhood. Her words, not mine. Couple of things.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, but all I was going to say, we have all of these fatigues, white fatigue, black fatigue, Republican fatigue, whatever. None of us should be fatigued. We should be active. And if we're going to be upset about the victimization or the bad behavior in anybody, it should be from in ourselves. We should be angrier at ourselves for the things that we are doing that are wrong, or for the things that are good that we are not doing. We should be harder on ourselves, because many times it's like we don't hold ourselves to the same standards that we hold other people to.
Black fatigue is a real thing, but it's not what that lady was saying. Black fatigue is the emotional, physical, and mental exhaustion caused by the daily stress of living under systemic racism and its consequences.
She got that straight from Google. because so did I. That was verbatim. Nice work.
So the black community has black fatigue due to the oppression they've lived under in this country since its inception. 2, it never ceases to amaze me how little most white people are willing to look at the true history of this nation and understand that while they personally may not have owned slaves or lynched black people or used black babies as alligator bait or conducted experiments on black people or operated on black women without pain medicine because they didn't think black women could feel pain, they are still benefiting off the society and systems that made those things possible. Racism is deeply rooted in this country from the beginning. We stole this land from the indigenous Native Americans. We brought black people to this country against their will and sold them into slaveries. We ripped their families apart. We have maligned, maimed, and misused the black community since the first ship arrived on the shores of the United States. Do you understand how hard the fight has been to get even a semblance of equality in this country?
There's a lot to unload in her post, and what's so interesting is that there was a point where this woman would have been considered woke in a good way, because before, it's like the term woke meant that you understood the history of our nation and you were determined to change those things. All that I know is that it doesn't matter who your mom and dad were or what they did with their lives. All that matters is what you do with your life. And also, we are so grateful to be in America, and it seems like even the black community is very happy and fortunate and grateful to be in the United States as well. Where else would you want to be?
Shiloh Hendricks, the woman who called a 5-year-old a racial slur. First impression after watching the video, a little bit of white trash. I have to be honest, the kid was 5. I have worked with 5-year-olds for the last 15 years. Absolutely everything they do is out of pocket. They're like little unhinged drunk people. Nothing they do makes sense. A 5-year-old is capable of rifling through somebody's bag and taking things that don't belong to them. Ask any kindergarten teacher. But I realize why so many people are wanting to defend this. Because black fatigue is real. I think society as a whole is there. We are just so unbelievably fed up with the ghetto ratchet behavior, entitlement, the victimhood, that they want to praise this woman.
Sometimes I genuinely wish I was stupid, because if I was, what you just said would have sounded so cool. White supremacy is a parasite. It latches on and it takes and it takes and it takes. You take our music, you take our style, you take our slang, you take our language, you take our environment. You take words that were created by the black community for protection and understanding, and you co-opt them. Because what the hell is black fatigue? It's a thing. Black fatigue is a real phenomenon, a real scholarly phenomenon that describes the black experience. What you're describing is just racism. Every day I truly understand how Donald Trump won, because his base is stupid. Don't read. Because black fatigue is a phenomenon that was coined by Mary Frances Winters, an author, and she wrote a book called Black Fatigue. Black fatigue is the exhaustion born of the day-to-day small acts of aggression or small acts of disrespect a black person endures. Racism. The fatigue of black people by way of 400 plus years of racism and white supremacy. One population of people through centuries of chattel slavery. After that, they go to black codes and Jim Crow. After that, they go to segregation. After that, they go to 40 plus years of the war on drugs, police brutality, the school to prison pipeline, etc., etc., etc. In 2025, we are sitting under a president that is trying to roll back everything we fought for over the last 400 years. So yeah, we're tired. I want to make it clear that black fatigue is not being tired of being black. It is being tired of the racism that comes with being black. And again, y'all don't read. Here's an article published by medical doctors in the American Heart Association Journal that describes structural racism as a fundamental driver of health disparities. Black people, due to the centuries of racism and white supremacy that we have experienced in America, contributes to black fatigue and a numerous amount of health disparities. A drop in quality of life, a drop in life expectancy, more susceptibility to diseases, COVID-19, heart disease, etc., etc., etc. We're not even going to get into the fact that you use the situation where a white woman called an autistic black child the N-word as a way to get this stupid ass point off. Nah, we ain't going for that.
First of all, I want to acknowledge his perspective, because you can't tell somebody that the way that they perceive the world is wrong. That's simply just the way that they see things. And sometimes we see things differently than other people. We have different experiences. And for him, he's had those experiences. And so he also said in his video that people don't read. And I haven't read that book before, and I haven't studied systemic racism in our country. What I have studied, though, is a surplus of self-help books, studied people's success stories, studied their work ethic, studied business and finance, because I believe that studying those things is going to make me feel inspired and not the opposite of it. But I can also see the appeal to studying things like this to understand what to look out for. And I don't know if you guys would agree with me when I say that sometimes in the US, it seems like we live in this little bubble, but the rest of the world is very, very different. And in the US, we've become pretty sheltered.
The problem is y'all moving out of white people's way. I don't. It's my job, and I take pride in making white people uncomfortable. Confront that white guilt you got in there.
Skirt! Slow down. I'm not sure why I wound up on the racist side of TikTok, but Lord have mercy. I'm not really sure what to say because TikTok already gave me 3 strikes yesterday. But if a white person posted a video like that talking about black folks, they would ban your account and report it to Homeland Security. TikTok's letting y'all get way too comfortable on here. And you wonder why racism still exists, and you wonder why they always play the victim card. Well, there's your answer.
Is equality even possible? We can look at races all around the world, and in the United States, whatever race you are more privileged than other people around the world. And then when you come to the United States, there's going to be black people that are more privileged than other black people as well. Same thing with white people. Donald Trump is a billionaire. They live in the nicest houses. They fly around on their private jets. And I am not upset about that.
White people have co-opted the word black fatigue to mask racism and say racist and prejudiced tropes about us online. I figured I'd make a video to describe my white fatigue, my white malaise, my white exhaustion. FYP shows you what you're looking for. So if you're saying you're opening TikTok and all you're seeing is brawls and fights of black people, look within. Because why are you searching for us? Why are you monitoring us? You guys have the biggest monitoring spirits of life. If you're so tired of us, just leave us alone. I'm tired of white criminals. White people commit 70% of the crimes and arrests in this country. No such thing as black.
I think people in general are just having problems dealing with other people. We're a society that barely talks to other humans. We just look at our phones all day.
Black on black crime, you guys created that to continue to paint us as savages. Meanwhile, you guys are the ones committing all the crime. I'm tired of kids not being safe in school because people are being shot by white boys and girls in school. I'm tired of mass shootings in public places. I'm tired of bombers blowing up braces, blowing up buildings. White people killing people. I'm tired of white serial killers. I'm tired of you guys praising white serial killers and then glorifying them by making movies and TV shows. White men committing crime and not going to jail. Stealing money from people's grandparents and stealing money from citizens and then you give them more and more. I'm tired of you guys causing the conditions for people not to be developed around the world or undeveloped and then label them as third world countries, second world countries, and then blame them for the reason that they're not developed even though you're...
Okay, first of all, it's not the United States' responsibility to develop other countries. That is their own responsibility. But what he's saying, in my opinion, is really fine because it relates back to what I was saying, that there are good and bad people in every race. We are all human. He did say that we were looking for this stuff, but I assure you that I am not. I barely follow anybody on X, and it just pops up on the homepage.
Do not touch me! Don't touch me! Don't touch me!
450, 33.
Where's my mom? Don't touch me! Don't touch me!
Give me your hand, Mr.
No!
Colbiante. Give me your hand.
Sir, do not touch me! I was for what? I didn't do anything!
Give me your hand.
I did not do anything!
That's really sad. And it's also sad that some people watch this and they're like, oh yes, all black people are like this, but that's not true. There's many videos of white people or whatever race people also freaking out. But here is a person saying that those body cams that they wanted so bad are backfiring.
I really do believe the BLM crowd is starting to regret asking for body cam footage, because instead of body cam footage showing rampant police brutality throughout black communities and unjust use of force, it's showing people from that community acting like hooligans.
I didn't do anything!
Give me your hand.
Acting shamelessly, obviously being in the wrong, and showing that almost every single use of force made by these police officers is completely and utterly justified. So it should be no shocker that you're seeing some of these cities start to roll back body cam footage because of its contributions to racist attitudes.
The main thing that is going to dictate where we go is our philosophy. It's the set of the sail. Which direction are we going to? And I believe that everybody is capable, no matter where they are right now, to determine where it is exactly that they want to go and actually be able to arrive there one day. They just need to understand fully where they want to go, regardless of race, regardless of your circumstances, regardless of your past. It is possible to be successful. And I hope that that is something that we all can agree on. Would you guys please make sure that you are subscribed? See you next time. Bye.